A very good afternoon to one and all virtually present here today. It is a pride and privilege in welcoming you all to the series of ACM workshops from 9th February to 12th February 2022. Today, it is our honor to host the ACMW workshop for women in computer science and research.
To begin with, let us graciously inaugurate today's event with a prayer song. I call upon Srinidhi V from 4th year MSc Theoretical Computer Science from the Department of AMCS to sing the Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரந்த கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடன திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீதிலமை திரும்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே. Thank you, Srinidhi. ACMW India seeks to take forward the task of the ACM community, but with a particular focus on the empowerment of women in computing in India. ACMW aims to provide social and professional support for women in computing. We, on behalf of PSG College of Technology, take immense pleasure in being a bridge between the eminent speakers and the audience in sharing and gaining knowledge. I would now like to invite Dr. Hina Timani, Chairperson ACMW India, to formally welcome you all. She's the co-founder and director of Ananya Data Analytics Private Limited and the founder of ACM Ahmedabad Professional Chapter. Her specializations include Bayesian inference and application of Bayesian networks in business intelligence and analytics. She's actively involved in supporting and organizing computing events for women in India under ACMW. We now request you to address the audience, ma'am.
Thank you, Harshini, for a nice introduction. So a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Dear students, faculty members, professionals, ACM community members, council members, invited distinguished speakers, a warm welcome to the Festival of Technology. Yes, it is a Festival of Technology with the lineup of 4 days event. The first is the ACMW India workshop, 9th February, 10th and 11th are the ACM India Arts Symposium, that is Academic Research and Career for Students Symposium. The flagship event, that is ACM India annual event, is on 12th February. Thank you PSG College of Technology for organizing this virtual event second time. ACMW workshop with the theme Women in Computer Science and Science Research and Entrepreneurship creates a platform for sharing of knowledge, ideas, and experience, thereby facilitating the career growth of women in computing. It provides an opportunity for the participants to interact with the experienced researchers from academia and industry across the globe. Apart from the getting to listen to distinguished speakers, the event highlight is the keynote address by the winner of ACM India Outstanding Contribution in Computing by Women Award by Dr. Gargi Dasgupta, Director, IBM Research India. ACM, Association for Computing Machinery, world's largest educational and scientific computing society. Mission of ACM is to advancing computing as a science and profession. We see a world where computing helps solve tomorrow's problem, where we use our knowledge and skills to advance the profession and make a positive impact. ACM India chapters, there are more than 200 student chapters and 20 professional chapters, and all over the world there are 1 lakh members of ACM and more than 11,000 members are in India. So if I talk about the ACM chapters in India, there are 200 student chapters and 20 professional chapters. ACM chapters connected computing professionals worldwide. ACM fosters growth in computing community through its more than 180 professional and more than 680 student chapters worldwide. So chapter established a local presence of ACM in international cities regardless of size or location. Every ACM chapter offers members with a wealth of benefit, including access to critical research. ACM local chapter, local special interest groups, chapters around the world host lectures by internationally known computer professionals. Please present this slide. Next slide. Yes. So ACM's local special interest group chapters around the world host lectures by internationally known computer professionals. They also sponsor state-of-the-art seminars on the most pressing issues in information technology, conduct a volunteer training workshop, and publish their own newsletter. ACM Women's Committee sponsors more than 90 professional chapters which work to increase recruitment and retention of women in computing at the university level worldwide. ACMW chapters offer professional activities and projects that aim to improve the working and learning environments for women in computing. Participation in all these chapters provides a unique combination of social interaction and professional dialogue among peers and their respective geographic area. ACM chapter members reflects all facets of computing from academia, research, business, and industry. And because of their subject-specific natures, chapters typically focus on information and insight not easily found anywhere. ACM student chapter enhance learning and career development. So student chapter members can also take advantage of ACM activities and services. Opportunities includes distinguished speaker program, the international collegiate programming contest, the student research competition. Student chapter provide a natural setting to develop and demonstrate the leadership capabilities critical to students' career development. And they also help students get involved in the business world with workshop, resume assistance, and career building. Joining an ACM chapter conveys a profound interest and dedication to the computing discipline. And the next step is to volunteering in a variety of roles and capabilities. Volunteer activities ranges from running for elected positions on chapter SIG boards and serving in a wide variety of planning. ACM Women Wing India, that is empowering women in computing. ACMW India seeks to take forward the task of the ACM community, but with a particular focus on the environment of women in computing in India. And there are various more activities are also under the umbrella of ACM W India program, that is celebration of women in computing, ACMW chapters, summer schools for girls, ACM India Great Cohort Workshop, Hackathon for girl students, Lady Ada programming competition, scholarship for women in computing students, scholarship for women computing students to attend research conferences in India. The research initiatives of the ACM India Council is the ARC Symposium Based Doctoral Dissertation Award, Partial Travel Grant, PhD Clinic, and Invention Setu. ARCS is the 16th academic research and career for student symposium connecting student research with career prospects. It is organized in the next 2 days, 10th and 11th February by the PSG Institute of Technology. In that the audience comprise students, faculty, industry leaders across India coming together in an interactive environment. And the PhD clinic launched in September 2020 by ACM India Council facilitates CS PhD students from all over the country to obtain inputs and advance from the expert mentors located in premier academic institutions and industry. And currently there are 25 faculty members from top institution and industry, including IISc, IITs, IIITs, CMIs, Microsoft Research, are joined as a mentor. And mentors spend a few hours each month taking to students and giving concrete and constructive suggestions on their work. There are various research conferences are also organized by ACM India Council, and the flagship annual events, as I have discussed, it is organized on 12th February, and we will listen the keynote talks of ACM Tuning Award winners 2020. And the distinguished guests include ACM President Gabriele and ACM CEO Vicky Hansen. The program will conclude with the ACM India annual award functions, where the winners of the prestigious ACM India awards will be facilitated by for the outstanding contribution. The educational initiatives are also there. Summer and winter school are also the flagship event for the college students, and it is giving benefit that including problem solving as a skills which is not emphasized much in the undergraduate curriculum. So there are various benefit of these schools, and particular one school is organized for the girl students, and recently it was organized by Pune Professional Chapter from 3rd to 14th January. CS Pathshala is another initiative of computational thinking in school, learning and professional development, eminent speaker program, industry webinar, education webinar, mini graphs, ACM global resources, that is digital library, and ACM learning center are the part of the ACM membership. Acknowledge and celebrate outstanding contribution. ACM provides various awards. And I am very much thankful to the organizing team, management of PSG Technology, PSG College of Technology, PSG Institute, faculty members and student volunteers for organizing this event and wishing a great success to the Festival of Technology. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
I would now like to read out the agenda for the day so that the audience would have some clarity. So from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we will have the invited talk by the recipient of ACM India on the topic AI and its roles in furthering applications on cloud by Dr. Gargi Dasgupta. And from 3 o'clock to 4:30, there'll be a panel discussion on influence of social media on professional visibility. And the moderator will be Shai Venkatraman. And the panelists panelists will be Ms. Neelima Vobugari, Dr. Sigdam Sengal, Dr. Meena Mahajan, and Ms. Bhavani. And after that, we'll have a 30 minutes break to relax. And then from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., we'll have an invited talk. And the keynote speaker is Dr. Abba Rishi on the title Women Entrepreneurship, the Opportunity and Challenges. From 6 to 6:10, we'll have the vote of thanks. Thank you.
The first event for today is the talk on the topic AI and its role in furthering applications on cloud. We're honored to invite the chairperson for this talk, Dr. Lipika De, who's a chief scientist at TCS Research and Innovation. She also heads analytics and insight practices. Dr. De holds a PhD in computer science and engineering from IIT Kharagpur. Her research interests are in the areas of NLP, text and data mining, machine learning, and semantic search. We with pride now call upon Dr. Lipika De to introduce and invite the keynote speaker for the talk.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Gargi B. Dasgupta, who is the Director for IBM Research in India and the CTO for IBM India South Asia. In her role as Director, Gargi is responsible for establishing and executing the technical agenda of IBM India's research lab in collaboration with IBM's worldwide research labs and business units. In her role as CTO, Gargi is responsible for representing and communicating IBM's overall technical vision and strategy. Gargi is a champion of women in STEM and has received several recognitions from Fortune India, Business Today, India AI, to name a few, for her unique role at the intersection of technology and business. In 2022, she was recognized by the ACM with the ACM India OCCW Award. She is an alumnus of Jadavpur University and University of Maryland. It's a pleasure to have Gargi with us today as the inaugural keynote speaker of ACM Women Workshop, the first event of the annual ACM India Convention of 2022. I now request Dr. Gargi Dasgupta to please share her thoughts with us. Over to you, Gargi.
Thank you. Thank you, Lipika, for the wonderful introduction. And hello, good afternoon, everyone. My absolute pleasure to be at this workshop. And I've been at ACMW events from almost 10 years back. My association with Hina, Chitra goes back a long way. So really a pleasure. Let me quickly start, see if I can share my screen. Just give me a thumbs up when you can see. Can you
Yes,
guys
ma'am, we're able to see.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Okay, so I've kind of kept this talk as a mix of where, from my perspective, I see trends going in the world of computing. The role of AI, which is, I think, close to so many of our hearts. The role of cloud, which is a very important trendsetter. And then I'll also talk about some key technical topics that gives you a flavor of the breadth and the depth of the problems that as a student community one could look to solve. So some key trends, right? And I know you guys face it every day as you work, either as a data scientist, as a machine learning engineer, as a systems enthusiast. And the two trends are cloud and code, right? How many of you started off with your first machine learning project using the Google Colab framework? How many of you log into your university's clusters, be it high computing frameworks with GPUs? Maybe a few have privileged access to TPUs, but that's how we do our work, and that's become a norm. So predictions that we make around these, first, that is everyone around us. And when I say company, it could be a small kirana shop, it could be a medium business, and of course it could be large enterprises, but everyone will need cloud and will need AI. So every company will be cloud and AI. All workloads will become distributed, which means that when you log into your Colab Jupyter notebook, oftentimes you have no clue where that particular virtual machine or server is allocated or provisioned. And it could be anywhere. It could be in Bangalore, it could be in Delhi, it could be in China, it could be all halfway around the world in Europe or in the US. But distributed workloads are becoming a reality, and we'll see more and more of those. And we as users may not really feel it, but technologists to provide the distributed systems, distributed computing framework, know that this is a reality, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the distributed machine learning frameworks like Ray. If you've not, you should look it up, but that's becoming a norm. Now, as part of running this high-end, intelligent, representation-based algorithms that we love to call AI, there's a whole lot of work around data preparation, and data becomes a number one commodity in this game. And data preparation often takes 80% of the data scientist's time, right? And these are things that we've seen over and over again, which means that these are all areas that we need to improve on and keep our eyes on. Multi-cloud platforms unlock 2.5 times. I'll show you with an example what is a multi-cloud platform. The second column really shows, apart from the usual data sources that we try to think of, which is speech data, text data, image data, time series data, structured data sitting in tables, there's a very, very important data that is created with this move to cloud, with this move to distributed systems, with this proliferation of applications, and that's code. There's hundreds and millions of lines of code created every day. And our prediction is that AI will really need to work on code. And that's why this talk is going to be based on, most of it is going to be based on how AI can further application development, maintenance, and management itself. The other trend that all of you should keep your eyes on is 20 years back, open source was looked upon as a menace, right? It had vulnerabilities, it has security trapholes, no one would sign up. Today, 96% of our enterprise code bases actually contain open source code. Yes, there are challenges, there are vulnerabilities, there is this huge issue that happened with Log4j library, but it's still reality that this is how the future is going to be. So something for you guys to keep in mind. So with these as trends, interesting facts. This graph only goes till 2020. The x-axis is the years, the y-axis is the petaflops per day that is spent on training. And look at where Moore's law had predicted, and look at where we are today. Today, every 18 months, the compute requirements go 35x, right? And you can see as we made the journey from AlexNets to convolutional neural nets, ResNets, all the way AlphaGo, GPT, and now the world is of foundation models. So huge ask on compute. And now you'll be able to relate back to why the trends. Why is one cloud not enough? Why is multi-cloud going to unlock? Why specialized clouds are needed? Data. So that was a compute chart. Data is growing at a phenomenal rate. By 2025, we expect the data produced to be 175 zettabytes, right? And in 2018, we only had about 30 odd. So how big is that? It's a number, it has so many zeros after it. So how big is that? If we had to store, let's say, those 175 zettabytes on Blu-ray discs, the number of Blu-ray discs that one would need would be as long as from here to the moon 23 times. That's the amount of data that's getting created, right? And if you think back that, there's data about interaction, there's data about what I say, there's image, speech, video data I'm creating now, and you're creating now as we join the Zoom link. And there is this data for code, right? Applications are getting created left, right, and center. My 12-year-old son wants to create applications that looks at an image and says whether it's funny or not funny. So everyone's creating applications. But there's some trends in this whole application creation landscape, and that's also important to keep in mind. One is, about 10 years ago, a team would create an application. The team, just 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, would try to keep the application centrally managed so that when there is a problem on the application, they all know the lines of code and then they can debug it. That's what we call monolith applications. Monolith applications have grown, and today you can have almost tens of millions of lines, as big as that, a monolith application. But the programming paradigm has changed. right? As you go into cloud, the whole value of cloud is of course pay-per-use, but scale as you go as well. Which means if I have a compute intensive part, right, that's taking just a lot of CPUs, I could scale it up vertically, irrespective of the other data processing and storage or network parts. If I have a network intensive part, I could scale that piece up individually, put more VMs to it, put more cores behind it, and not worry about the entire application. Now, when you have a monolith, there's no way you can do that. There's no way you can really take advantage of cloud. And hence the cloud native paradigms of computing, which is microservices, 12-factor ready, all of these have come up. And the whole microservices architecture, what it really allows you to do is take a very, very long and complex piece of code, but break it up into functionalities, expose them through APIs. And then your whole application becomes a workflow of APIs, calling APIs, taking some input, producing some output. Sometimes they're stateful, so you need persistent storage. And then the whole application functionality is realized. So today, no one writes those huge thousands and 10,000s or even millions lines of code. People work in a team. They distribute their responsibilities and they develop microservices. So now instead of managing one big giant, you have 50 components to manage. So yes, there's management complexity increases, but at the same time, expertise is needed on certain componentry of the code, and it makes it much easier. The other of computing localization, like I said, I think gone are the days of centralized computing and big data centers where all the computing is done. Today, I can do compute on my edge device, on my iPad, right? So computing is getting decentralized, and devices are of all form factors. So you really need nimbleness in being able to do some compute on selected set of data on your edge devices, then move it back to the cloud, train bigger models on the cloud, bring back inference at the edge. That's another trend on how computing is changing. And the other is homogeneous to heterogeneous, right? Now, every hardware vendor now can specialize in a certain things, right? Oracle specializes in their database offerings. Storage offerings specialized by EMC. Intel specializes in producing the most efficient CPUs. So heterogeneity and specialization is another thing that we have to design for, and which is why it's very important to have a uniform substrate, at least for the developer community. All right, so the last thing on trends, and then we'll see where AI is going. Remember I said multi-clouds unlock a lot more value, 2.5 times I said. So what's an example? So we all, let's take the top 3 cloud providers. So there's Azure by Microsoft, which really specializes in confidential compute, which means if you have PI, SPI, you can rest be sure that the functions there performed without unmasking or revealing the client information. And that's their offering, confidential computing. Google, great. If you want to train your machine learning models on GPUs, we already talked about Collab and all the different functionalities they provide. And then let's say AWS really specializes in scalable inferencing. Now it's possible that you as a user logging in from your university have this huge pipeline where data processing, you need to process PI, SPI, and you needed to get the best cloud for confidential computing. You have to train your foundation model, which will take 3 months and cost you maybe $500,000. But the Google Cloud option is the best, maybe in terms of performance and cost. And then you want to inference on AWS. What multi-cloud really, and it's at this point, let me say it's an aspirational goal. It's where I see the whole world of compute going. It's I log in from my terminal and I should be able to launch a data processing job that feeds its output into training. The training job takes whatever time it takes, and then it says, I'm ready for creating a model that's deployed on AWS and ready to take requests for inferencing. That whole thing runs with one YAML file where I specify, this is the set of 3 things you do, and it runs on 3 different clouds in 3 different regions halfway around the world. And I do not need to go and book my allocate servers on Azure or on AWS or on Google. So that's the serverless vision. And it's the holy grail, right? It's not true anywhere today. And it's something that we should all aspire for. Okay, I think that's enough for system enthusiasts. Let's see where the world is of AI is going. Okay, is there in every conversation that I've had on technology either started with AI or ended with AI, right? It's on everyone's mind. Last year, when I presented this chart, I said, well, you know, 30,000, we had 30,000 AI deployments with customers. This year, the number is 40,000. It's growing at a scale and pace that I have not seen any other technology grow at. But it's crucial to make sure that people trust AI, right? And there's this whole genre of trusted AI that I'm not going to get in, is the only lever and the only way we will make AI deployment successful. So how has AI grown, or how has it evolved, right? If you look back, 10, 15 years ago, we were at the narrow AI task where we think of the ResNet, CNN, convolutional neural networks, doing really, really well in lowering speech error rates, in improving blue score on NLP tasks. Very good, specific tasks. Image recognition, I can do it. Parsing, semantic encoding, I can do it. Very good. Speech to text, I can do it for certain languages where I have a lot of corpus. Very good narrow AI. Then it became more broader. As it became broader, that's where it now penetrates each and every business. And we've seen, you know, it go from data sources of speech, text, and image to more semi-structured data. What is semi-structured? For example, logs, you know, logs applications generate, or the things that you write are semi-structured. Time series data, very important, and code, and we'll talk about code. The second thing I already mentioned is that automation of the AI itself has become very important. 80% of time spent in data cleaning, data transformation. I think we need to have automated AI tasks there. Trust, very important. And this is where we are today, right? We are creating bigger and bigger models on wider and wider data sources. And really what we want to get to is general intelligence, right? Artificial general intelligence, which means reasoning comes in, generative capability comes in. Who knows, you know, in 2050 and beyond, you know, if there is AI that has studied all Gargi's talks and all her papers, should be able to come and give a keynote speech at ACMW, right? That's the artificial human general intelligence that we're striving for. But we're not there yet, and a lot needs to be done. And today I'm going to zoom in on 2 use cases on AI for code. And there are so many out there, and so many other experts will tell you what to focus on. But if you're interested in code, then this is definitely a good use case. In 2011, you know, Mark Anderson said, software is eating the world. And he had predicted that every company is going to become a software company. And he was not wrong. I think this is still before Netflix. This is pre-Netflix. And he was not wrong. I mean, who would have thought a video rental company putting content online becomes the biggest software, one of the biggest software companies with great platform, great infrastructure, great middleware to render videos, great recommendation engine. I just love what Netflix recommends for me. 2016, I think there was another article that says that, you know, code is everywhere. And software is still eating the world. And there's a lot of innovations to be done on the software itself. And this is the main difference. So when we say AI for code, of course, AI itself is a code and application, but we are saying, can you look at the huge amounts of the trillions and the millions of data that's being created every day as application developers write code, and use AI to really simplify their journey, right? Why do we think it's possible? Well, we think it's possible because we've seen the story repeat for speech, years and years of research, and finally around 2017, the word error rates dropped so much in speed that it became indistinguishable from human word error rates. Language benchmarks, blue scores have been improving, and look at where we are with the transformer-based world, right? Of course, we've gone through our whole sequence to sequence LSTM journeys, and this is where we are. And today is the world of all representations and embeddings. So there are many similarities with code. Code is polyglot, just like language. Code has parsing requirements similar to language. The tokenization and the stemming will be dependent on the code language, but it still has parsing requirements. And it's very attractive for humans to be able to handle various code problems like summarization, search, everything else that we've seen in the NLP domain. So I'll give you one concrete example, right? So just to go back, and this is work that got published in AAAI 21, so you're most welcome to go and look at the paper. But here is the context, everything that I told you before, right? Remember I said, cloud computing is here, it's moving at a pace. Every company is going to become a cloud company. And computing paradigms are changing, right? But the code that we wrote 10 years back or 20 years back or 40 years back doesn't go away, right? Yes, I could start writing new cloud native, nicely formatted microservices today. But there is a big challenge of taking this huge monolith codes and maintaining them for the future. Now, one could throw up their hands and say, well, I'm going to throw away all that code and rewrite it. Well, guess what? That would mean most, of our health system, our hospitals would go down. The banks, our ATM withdrawals, our deposit systems would go down. And many critical care systems will have to be taken down and only come back once the new code is ready. So that's obviously not feasible. So what can be done, right? And today we have manual labor, right? As large as thousands and thousands of people really looking at this monolith codes. It could be Java, it could be sometimes it's COBOL, sometimes it's C++, very network efficient C++ codes written. And then trying to come up with a mechanism, a process where they can understand the business logic, create metadata, and then break it up into microservices. Okay, and they do it manually, tirelessly, going through those lines of code and creating the microservices. And it takes, for an automobile company, we knew it took them 1.5 years to get for one application, monolith, to its microservices. Okay? We don't have that kind of patience or time to really modernize and transform the world. So this is the first AI use case, I will say, that take all those lines of code and can you come up with candidate microservices? Of course, it's the implementation will be dependent on the underlying language. But here is how AI can help. Again, I mean, read the paper, but this is what it could do. I touched upon representation, so it's going to be useful. So the first is we have several PLSE tools, right? We have programming language, software engineering tools that can actually go do static analysis of the code, go through line by line, and figure out the call flow graph. What calls what parameters are passed, what are the entry points, what are the exit points. Great. We could use them as the first set of features from applications. The second is maybe we could create a graph, right? Because a program flow is very similar to nodes, and the edges could represent the communication between classes. The example is for Java, so I'm going to use some Java terminology. Imagine a class calling out to a class, and that we create an edge. So a little bit of animation. And you could create a call flow graph pretty much like that. Let's assume the edges are unweighted. So on that graph, the task really is of clustering, right? And we could maybe throw a good clustering algorithms to come up with what could be the components of the microservices. And why clustering would give you an okay enough result is because the edges are representing interclass communication. And whenever you have good clustering algorithms with great cohesiveness within the cluster and weak cohesiveness across the clusters, your job is done. But there is a problem. The problem is that many times when in the monoliths, when code was written, there could be structures that go against the spirit of microservices, which means there could be one class that's being called out from numerous other classes. And if you put a reconstruction loss on a normal clustering algorithm, your result is going to be really bad, right? So one way to do that, one way to counter that is to have the graph with the vertices as the classes, the edges, like we said, it's, if there's a call flow, but then now start defining node attributes so that we can use the loss function in a smarter way. So what are the node attributes? Remember, I'm in the microservice world. So I should be defining entry points. Entry points are similar to API endpoints, right? Where the external world actually calls my function. So I define those entry points, and for each of those entry points, I define a relationship between classes, saying if that two classes are on the call flow of an entry point, I give them a weight. Every class that appears on the call flow of an entry point, I give them an attribute. And then, of course, this is a Java specific thing, might not exist in other non-object oriented languages, which is, if I and J have an inheritance relationship, I give that an attribute because it's really a programming language specific artifact. So now, and this is what I was talking about, is that why these outliers are very specific in the code task that I'm looking at, because I do want to minimize structural outliers. Structural outliers, classes which have a lot of interaction with all other classes, maybe a reporting class, right? Everyone calls because after they've done all their computations, they report. Similarly, an attribute class, which has similar behavior with other classes. I want to minimize these two in my clustering. So now if I reformulate my program, and here we use an encoder decoder to just say, not minimize only the reconstruction loss, but also minimize the structural outliers and the attribute outliers reconstruction loss, then I have a better clustering algorithm, right? So again, look through the paper. I think it's out there, a great paper, how to take lines of code, create an embedding of a graph neural net, but also get in program specific behavior, or let's say microservice specific behavior that you want to model, fold it into the loss, and then come up with the graph convolution network based encoder. Let me just see how much time I have. Okay to go on for maybe 10 more minutes?
Yeah, sure, Gargi.
Okay.
There's a lot of time.
Okay. All right. So just just going back, so I'm trying to motivate folks that, you know, the world is going towards AI and hybrid cloud. There's a lot of AI use cases as we move from our legacy environments to new cloud native architectures. And I'm on the use case of application modernization because I know, you know, that we're going to write new, when we start writing code today, we're going to write new microservices enabled, container Kubernetes ready, 12-factor ready app. But that's not the reality, right? So I'm also trying to motivate you to look at some of these problems that help make the transition from old to new faster. So some personas, I mean, you know, who would love to see you guys solve this AI for code problems. Business subject matter experts. Why would they need us to solve AI for code? Because they are not techies, right? They wouldn't want to go through pages and pages or lines and lines and notebooks of code. They'd say, here is the code. Can you please summarize it for me in natural language? Wonderful. Can we do that? I think we should be able to do that in a couple of years. Developers, which is more like you and me, you know, we want to write code. We know what the business requirement is, but maybe someone somewhere out there must have written some code in Git. I want to search. I want to give a natural language query and search for those code snippets. Can I do that? I should be able to do that in a couple of years. Similar for testing, right? There's enough use cases to say, can I do automated generation of new test cases? As applications evolve, can I re-update and regenerate my test cases so that the new conditions are checked? And all of this is not with people, but with technology assisting people, all right? I love this, you know, cycle, and as you guys, you know, grow, you know, go beyond universities, do your first job. A lot of this will be rolled up in your training, right? There's whole software development life cycle, SDLC as we call it, which starts with planning, requirement gathering, designing and prototyping, iterating, going back to requirements, designing again, building the code, testing the code, maybe in a couple of years, modernize the code, and then deploy that package on cloud, and then manage and make sure that the code is up and 99.999% available. That's the life cycle. And there are many interesting problems, right? We talked about, you know, using AI for code search, code generation. That's really our mantra. The red boxes are the first use case that you've seen, which is, you know, how the microservices advisor, containerization advisor. And then I'll show you one more interesting problem, which is when the code is developed and the application is hosted in the cloud, there is a team of sysadmins. Google calls them site reliability engineers. So if the site reliability engineers think of them as more modern DevOps practices aware sysadmins, really helping them with AI tools, right? That's my next example. But there can be plenty, right? I mean, imagine there's the whole world of opportunities in code build, in requirement gathering, maybe getting from natural language to code. And the opportunities are limitless. So this is the phase. So we talked about modernization, which was one phase. This is the ops and the management phase. And again, it's a very human intensive operation. Today, the cloud providers have thousands and thousands of site reliability engineers really watching their applications as they function on the cloud, looking for all kinds of metrics, events, logs, KPIs, downtime, tickets, you know, deployment artifacts to figure out if there is an early signal, right? And why is it so important to get early signal? Because yes, you can always be in this reactive mode, but the holy grail is have an application up and running, with zero time downtime, right? When I go to pay my Airtel bills, I don't really want to get that message at, oops, there's something wrong with your server, please come back and pay again. I'm probably going to not pay, right? Which results in millions and millions of income loss for my service provider. So it's very important to get to more predictive and proactive journeys. But the reality is that one of the complications of this monolith to microservice world is that we've now changed the scale from one application to 50x. And then I said multi-cloud. So these are deployed in all different data centers all around the world with all other SRE teams working on it. So basically, ops management is not going to be possible in this new world with no AI. So there's no ops without AI. And that's a claim that I would make because the data sources are too huge. There are too many signals out there to really figure out what's noise and what's a signal. So I'm actually going to focus on one proactive method, which is, the fault has not yet happened, but can I give an early signal in my operational workflow? And this also relates to code. And I'm trying to build the whole theme around code. All of these are huge time series, log anomaly detection, incident resolution problems, and lots and lots of papers around it. But I'm going to focus on this one proactive bit. So what's the process and what happens? What does the dev persona do? A typical day, okay? PR is a pull request. So dev is creating a feature. I want to create this neat feature in my application. I write code, I commit, I do some unit integration test, success. If it fails, I don't merge the PR. I iterate till there's a success, right? And there's rework and this continues. At the point that it passes, I put it for build, right? It's building many other files and it takes my little file with that little change and it says, did the build succeed or fail? Well, it fails. Again, I can't move forward. But if it passes, if the build passes, today what will happen is there will be a merge and there will be a deployment. Now we as developers know that just because the build passes means has very little correlation as to whether there will be a downstream incident. And this is where AI can help, right? Because we're doing this every day, the DevOps savvy organization do multiple builds a day. Some do it once a week, but most of them are on agile DevOps processes. So what is happening here? I mean, I just wanted to put out a picture for more complexity. Let's say there's 3 developers, each one of them putting PRs. Each PR can have multiple files touched. They all go into a master PR, and then there's a deployment. And it's a complex process, right? It's a complex process. What is the problem statement that we can solve? After the build has succeeded, for a pull request, can I access all the historical data, including previous build failures, previous commits, previous incident outages, and give a prediction of whether this pull request is risky or not? Right? So it's much earlier in the cycle. It's after the developer persona has done all its checks. I give a risk score. Right, and then let me just go through the animation that says, and there are many ways this risk score can be calculated. I will show you one way of calculating. I mean, this is a very interesting Git artifact, right? There's a developer who's given a description in natural language, and there's been a reviewer who said, okay, this has 1 commit and 3 files changed. And I'm going to go through, the human is going through making sure line by line, all the commits look good. Instead, we could throw an AI algorithm at it, look at its similarity with past usages, and give a risk score. And overall, this is the hierarchy in which the risk score could come up. We could have file-level risks. File-level risks add up to commit-level risk, and then these get into the PR risk. Right, I'm going to a little bit fast forward. A good animation. Yellow dots, all commits. We are all committing, we're checking in code. The two commits, that gives the hint that this is, I'm fixing a bug, right? Because either because Git produces a label or it got assigned to me. Now, there are many smart ways of figuring out if I'm fixing a bug has been introduced before it, right? So we go back, we do a little bit of walk in the history to find out what files could have caused the bug. And this creates our self-supervised learning, because training machine learning algorithms with label data is very difficult. So we find out the bug fixing commits, we go back in history and find the files which really caused the bugs, and then you start creating your linkages and your label data. So if you're able to do that, then in future, you take all the PRs, you break it up into feature instruction. What's the description of the PR? How many people worked on it? What were the lines of code? What were the files changed? Build all of that into a risk assessment score. And then at the time of your git commit, when the build succeeds, you show a risk, right? And we've talked to so many DevOps persona, and they say, if you can do it, then this is going to be really, really useful for us. So I'll stop there. Because I want to keep it open for a few questions. But just recapping, right? I think if there's any message that you want to take away from today's talk, it's that the world is changing. It's changing in directions that are all very, very strongly focused on AI and cloud. And these two trends continue. So as we decide what we want to do next, there's a very, very interesting set of problems which are at the junction of using AI to accelerate the modernization to the cloud. And that works with a new data source that I'm presenting, and it's called code, right? In general, in my definition, I know I showed both Java code as well as showing Git commits. So both are code, but code could also mean configuration files. It could also mean YAMLs. It could also mean file descriptors. There's this whole new field of code emerging. And if you look back at what we've done with speech, with image, with text, there's a need to do similar things like release huge data sets, start challenges, work on interesting problems like summarization, search, generation. And the whole world is there for you to create a community on solving AI for code. So with that, a little about IBM Research, where I come from. IBM Research is spread around.
मैं चेक करती हूँ, लेकिन आ जाएगा. ठीक है. हाँ, मैं चेक कर. हाँ, ठीक है.
Request others to be please on mute.
I'm almost done actually. So we have researchers working across in a global world. In India, we are in Delhi, Bangalore, and under the India umbrella also comes the Singapore lab. And these are, our areas of interest. And two very, very important things that we treasure are our university relationships and our partnerships with associations like ACM, as well as, of course, our business units, right? So all these problems that I talked to you about is in conjunction with our business unit partners. So with that, I'll stop sharing and I'll be ready for any questions.
Thank you, Gargi. That was indeed a very interesting talk. So I request the audience to post your questions on the chat box or the Q&A box. If any of the hosts and panelists, you have any questions to Gargi, maybe you can start. Well, I can't see the questions as such coming over here. So I have a question, Gargi, that, very interesting opportunities for building code in future that you were mentioning. Now, particularly interesting are these, building these applications for summarizing the code and also doing a risk assessment based on past data, etc. So the point, I mean, what seems really mind-boggling over here is that how would we go about assessing the correctness of these codes themselves, this risk analysis and all that. So that also seems to be quite a daunting task, to build reliable systems for doing these aspects. So what's your comment on that?
Yeah, no, that's very true, Lipika. I mean, because all of these generate in human intensive processes, right? Usually modernization was a human intensive processes. And no one really thought of creating label data so that one could downstream, in a few years from today, really run machine learning algorithms and assess how accurate these are. So that continues to remain a problem, I would say. So the two ways to think of what are the classes of problems. One is, how do you use labeled, supervised learning algorithms in these domains? And if you see, all the approaches are either self-supervised learning or unsupervised, that I talked about, clustering, encoder, decoder. So that continues to remain a challenge. I don't think, even though we're making small steps, I'll forward. There is a link called CodeNet. It's almost like the ImageNet for code that we're starting to curate, so that the researchers of tomorrow don't land up into the same issues that we had when we started a couple of years back. So that's one journey, but that CodeNet handles a certain set of use cases like summarization, search, generation. But of course, there are like the risk prediction work, like how do you know you've done a good job, or the microservices prediction work. And there, I think right now we are just working with SMEs, right? Subject matter experts who look at it and tell us, yes, this is in the right direction or this is not. I don't think we have that much label data to really answer that question, that how good are we doing and how do we know we are doing well and when we improve. And I think it's going to emerge with time. I think as the community builds up and does more experiments with CodeNet, maybe they contribute back their label data sets and helps us really recognize some of these tasks. But beyond SME knowledge, I don't have a good answer for understanding how well your risk prediction models are doing. But what we've done, and I know that even conversational learning systems went the same way, right? We've put in feedback and human in the loop features where with every recommendation, there's a way to say, I don't think this is correct, or please relook at the recommendation, and then put in active learning frameworks. And that's probably, and we're just collecting data, the system is out there for a year. I think hopefully in a few months, we should be able to use the human in the loop feedback to improve the systems. But those are the two things that I see feasible now, right? Small groups of domain knowledge and SME validation, and then putting in your features, no matter how small it is, right? Always put the option for getting some human in the loop feedback.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I strongly believe this human in the loop is a way to go forward, not only for this, but for many applications. And that has to be popularized even for AI application acceptance. So there's one question here from Shilpa. Uh, on the risk assessment use case you showed, what is the action of the DevOps team, or what are the actions that the DevOps team can take based on knowing the risk prone
Yeah.
commits?
It's an excellent question, actually. And so I'll tell you, so the action that they can take, so think of it as gates, right? And even though the build passed, the risk was high. This is now left up to the human judgment that do you actually merge that change and let it go into downstream production, or do you hold on to that change? So they can at that point decide if they're going to willing to override that risk recommendation on go forward. But Shilpa, I think in your question, it comes back to what Lipika was asking. This explicit action that the team, like whether it's the team lead or the, or the management takes on overriding the risk recommendation creates a label data entry for us. One, we can go back, if there is a downstream incident, we can go back and look at all risk recommendations, which was risky, and then flag it. So it helps in finding needle in the haystack much further, because something has now gone down, the application is not responding. Let me go back and see in the last 2 days if I actually had a high risk recommendation, or nothing happened. And that's the feedback to the algorithm that maybe there was a feature that we are over tuning for, and this feature is not important if we keep getting risk recommendations and overriding it. But that action is very important, because if you're able to record that action, that creates our data. And but that's the action. Think of it as a gate, and they can stop the merge or and go back and have the developers look at it, or they can go ahead with it.
So since there are no other questions, I think I can just thank you, Gargi. That was a really interesting and very exciting talk. It is really very helpful for all the people who heard you today. Thank you very much for being
Thank
a
you.
part.
My pleasure. Like I said, ACMW has a long history in I remember when I was younger in my career, I would love to attend its keynotes, and my pleasure to be here. And thank you, Lipika.
Thank you.
We owe very big thanks.
Okay.
We owe very big thanks to Dr. Gargi Dasgupta for this insightful talk on artificial intelligence and its application on cloud. I'm sure that most of us are intrigued by this talk, and we hope this will help us on our future research. And also thank you, Dr. Lipika De, for being the chair for this talk.
Next, we have a panel discussion on a very happening topic over recent years, which is influence of social media on professional visibility. To introduce the panelists for the discussion, we humbly call upon the moderator, Ms. Shai Venkatraman, Director of Strategic Communications and Operations at Footprint Global Communications, New Delhi. She's a former NDTV Bureau Chief and has over 25 years of experience in print, television, and the web. She is a recipient of the Women's Edition, a fellowship from USAID's Population Reference Bureau, and was awarded the UNFPA Ladley Award for the Best Documentary in 2012. In addition to anchoring on NDTV, she has also hosted interview sessions at the Tata Lit Live Festival. You can take over, ma'am.
Thank you, Lipika, for that introduction. And yes, indeed, it's a very happening topic. And I'm also very happy today to be joined by very esteemed panel of speakers. Before I introduce them to all of you, let's just talk about it a little. The topic of today's webinar is influence of social media on professional visibility. And it's a very relevant, happening, and timely one, given the important role social media networks are playing today in promoting successes, networking, building collaborations, and this is true even in the personal and professional space in both, and particularly in the post-pandemic scenario. We do see the social media increasingly used by professionals in the academia, industry, across various fields for disseminating research, brainstorming, etc. So how can one use this effectively in a way to share our achievements, and at the same time, how does one handle the dangers that come with it? And there are many. There's abuse, there's trolling, and there's also, in fact, an addiction perhaps to constantly tracking what is being said, or what, where your words are being shared, or what is being said about you. So how does one use social media networks in a way that is responsible and avoid these pitfalls, really? So those are some of the focus areas we're going to be talking about. And I'm joined today by panelist speakers from different areas of expertise. So let me just quickly go across and introduce all of them. First off, let me start with Dilima Bobugari, who's a seasoned entrepreneur with extensive IT experience of over 20 years. Nilima is a certified data scientist with a degree in data science from Johns Hopkins University, Maryland. Entrepreneurial stint is focused on consulting and training in the area of data science, AI, and related technologies. Nilima is currently CEO of Tara Technologies, which is a marquee AI and machine learning competency and consulting firm. Welcome, Nilima, to the show. My other speaker, the next speaker I'm introducing, is Dr. Sigdam Sengul. Dr. Sigdam has over 10 years of experience, really, in research and development in mobile and wireless networks in both academia and industry. She has been working on standards for building privacy and trust in the Internet of Things during her time at Nominet as a senior researcher. Between 2012 and 2015, Sigdam worked as a senior lecturer at Oxford Brookes University, and her work has been published in over 50 journals and conference publications. She's a passionate advocate of increasing diversity awareness in computing, and is the communication and outreach chair of ACM Women Europe. My third speaker today is Meena Mahajan, a professor in the Theoretical Computer Science Group at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Chennai. She's been there since 1994. She has a bachelor's and master's degree from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay, and a PhD from IIT Madras. Her research interests encompass many aspects of computational complexity theory. She's also the editor of the international journal Logical Methods and Computer Science. She served the longest running conference in the area of theoretical computer science in various capacities since 1998, and has over 2,000 citations in Google Scholar. Bhavani Judo is my final speaker. She's the CEO of Footprint Global. She's a senior communications professional with experience spanning over 17 years in PR and strategic media relations, and has extensive work experience with leading multinationals and some of the world's largest communications agencies in senior leadership roles. She has held senior leadership roles with organizations like GE, Ogilvy Public Relations Worldwide, IPAN Hill and Knowlton, prior to establishing Footprint Global Communications. So as you can see, we have an extremely diverse panel, women who come with years of experience, and they bring with them the experience of using social media in different ways. And they have their own unique experiences and their own very different journeys of entering the space. I also welcome all our participants. And before we start, there are some pointers I would like to share for our participants. One is, if you could please type your questions which are addressed to the speakers in the chat box. And it's possible that due to time constraints, our speakers may not be able to answer all your questions orally. So if you could, some of them will be answered by chat. And also, for interest of time, we may club some of your questions theme-wise. So we may not be able to address individual questions. That's the third point I wanted to mention. Now, before we launch the discussion, we posted the poll question. This is for our participants. And this is just really, there is no clear yes or no answer. It's just really an indicator, a discussion point for us as we go forward. How many of you think visibility on social media increases women's chances of professional success? You can answer yes or no. That's really a question answer that we want to build on. And it's like I said, perhaps no clear answer, but where do you feel it lies. Anyway, as we wait for those responses to come in, I wanted to direct my first question to you, Nilima, which is that when you had mentioned how your entry into social media really started on a personal note, when you were taking a break from your career after motherhood. At that point, what attracted you to this space? What was a particular forum that you used and why?
Actually, when I've gotten into Facebook, that was the social media that was available. It was in 2008. My first baby was born in 2004, and I took a 2-year break. I was working for IBM. Fortunately, they were happy with my performance, and they gave me a re-entry into IBM. And then my next baby was born in 2008. When my first daughter was born, I was happy with my motherhood, definitely very happy. But when I'm with my baby, enjoying her, enjoying my motherhood, I'm definitely very happy. But the time when she was sleeping, I was always feeling very bad to myself. Why did I do so much of an education? I did my graduation in engineering, and those days getting into engineering was a tough job, not as easy as it was now. And I felt very bad. So when I conceived the second time, I said, this time I'm not going to stop my career. But my experience of the 2-year gap after I took a break from my IBM, it was a little tough and challenging sometimes, especially because I never took a break. From the time I finished my graduation, I was into college, and all my friend circle were mostly on the professional front. All my networks were also in the professional front. But when I'm a mother, I had to take care of my baby, right? That is a different journey altogether. What sort of food to be given to the baby? For every tiny little thing, I was only calling up my mom. And whatever she suggested, I went with it. Maybe her knowledge was also very little. Probably, I'm just giving you an option. Because the reason I tell you this is, when I gave birth to the second baby, my experience was better than the first one. Because I had experience of taking care of my infant for 2 years. And then I started interacting with people at home, that is the homemaker woman, who gave me many hints. But it took time. So the second baby, when I took a break, I said, I'm not going to stop my career at any cost. But again, I will interact more with the homemakers. I was in an apartment complex like now, but yeah, even then I was in an apartment complex. But I never went out and I spoke to people because I never had time. I was only focusing on my career and stuff like that. I said, okay, I'll talk, but I didn't have time. So then I found Facebook to be very useful.
So basically so in a sense, Facebook came into your life, you would say, at a time when you were really looking to engage, but were limited by your personal circumstances. So it was really an avenue to connect. That's really interesting. And in fact, if I could just take a break before I go to SIGDM, which is at 94%, that's the response. 94% voted yes to social media, saying that social media has a lot to do with increasing your professional visibility and success. SIGDM, with you too, you used Facebook really as a means to connect with high school friends. And that's how you said your entry into social media, in a sense, started. And that, in fact, you started using Twitter professionally almost 4 years later, and that came from a work request. What took you so long what kept you from exploring social media, in a major way professionally for that long?
Yes, I've joined social media like Nilima in 2008 Facebook. Before then, there was Orkut. I don't know if you remember. I was definitely intrigued with being connected to people, but I think I considered the social aspect of it more strongly, thinking that those platforms are there to socialize. It's representing my social life. Even if I had people there from my professional network, that's a place where we didn't discuss work basically, but more connecting in a social level. And then actually 7 years later, I've joined Twitter, and I didn't plan to use it that much because I feel being on too many platforms kind of divides you into too many people, being too many people, and it's impossible to keep up with all the platforms at the same time and be active on them at the same time. So when I joined Twitter, I wasn't planning to use it too much, but then I changed works to an industry position. where in my group, Twitter was the main platform that everybody communicated on their professional work, and they disseminated what they've been doing, and it was expected that you did the same. So that's why it was kind of a peer pressure to be on Twitter and be active on Twitter. And eventually I started seeing the power of it as well. And I kind of divided my life into Facebook for social and Twitter for professional, and LinkedIn also semi active as a social platform. Recently, LinkedIn is also being used more and more like a social media platform as well, not just a place where you post your CV and it's dormant. So I started using that for a professional purpose as well.
So, Meena, in fact, you were someone who sort of withstood or stayed away from social media quite a bit and not succumbed to the pressure. And in fact, you mentioned how your deeper engagement in some way has been forced by the pandemic. At a time when everyone is looking at social media networks as this go-to place for exchanging ideas, collaborating, what keeps you a little wary and still a little off it?
So the short answer is that I have not really felt the need, but maybe that is something that I can elaborate on more. So various social media platforms came about well after I was into my career. In fact, I even got my own email ID at the time when I had finished my PhD. So I did my PhD still in paper and pencil and postal mail mode. And we had ways of coping with this and getting all the information that we needed. So one by one, as various platforms appeared for socializing, either at a personal level or at a professional level, I was curious to see how this could change things. But I was not, since I had not felt a gap in the way my work was proceeding, I did not feel the need to jump into it myself. I was willing to watch how things would go with others and then decide whether to join or not. With email, it was almost immediately very clear you cannot do without email. I remember I'm talking about the 90s. Now this is not a question, right?
Yeah.
But at that point, yes, I remember when Gmail first came. At that time, I already had my work-based email ID, imsc.res.in, and Gmail was something completely optional. And there were addresses being handed out. Somebody has 50 IDs that they can send by invitation to friends. But I got an invitation, do I really need this? I mean, of course, now I use Gmail, but at that point, it was not even clear that something like this is needed.
Right.
So I was willing to wait and watch and see what is required, what is not. So I had the opportunity to see how other people used Facebook. And quite frankly, I did not see any way in which it could benefit professionally. That is something that I still have not seen on Facebook. WhatsApp is something also that I am a extremely limited user, that too only in the last couple of years. And professionally, I still do not really see that there is an advantage to it. There is a social advantage, certainly, in terms of keeping in touch with large groups. And I completely buy this argument that if you are not at a personal level at ease and comfortable with where you are, it is going to impact on your professional work. So the ability to connect quickly with your family and your friends, if that is improved by being on WhatsApp or on Twitter, by all means. But as a professional necessity, it was simply not there, and it is still, I still do not see that need. But you also said, you also asked me about, in the pandemic, have I felt any change in this process? In my thinking, in my views on this, a little bit of change. So what has happened, of course, in the pandemic is that all our professional networking events have moved online, like this particular event, which earlier would have been a lovely in-person meet.
Yes.
So these events are online, and in particular, I'm a theoretical computer scientist, which is almost like a mathematical science. And I used to go to lots of conferences and workshops where, of course, we give talks, we present our research results, but there's also a lot of professional networking which is happening outside the talks in the conference halls. And suddenly, in an online format, where is that going to happen? Online, you're giving talks and people or you're listening to talks, but there is also socializing aspect, which you would miss out. So in the online events that I have attended, there have been, apart from the Zoom or Teams or Google Meet sessions for the talks, there have been socializing channels set up on things like Slack and Discord. And I did use those channels to some extent. I did find it moderately useful. I mean, this is still only 2 years, in the scale of the period that we're talking about, it is not that large a data set. I don't think my work would suffer particularly if I were not on those channels either. But at the same time, I do not see that it is a distraction. I'm willing to be there, and it's a channel devoted to a specific event. It's there for a short period of time, 1 month, 2 months, and then it dies a natural death.
Yes. No, but Bhavani, you are someone in the communications field, and one thing I've noticed for your social media presence is you're very comfortable using it. You use it both professionally and personally very well. You use it to talk about food, use it to talk about films. When did your journey on social media start? Which platform did you opt for first, and what made you go there?
Thank you. Thank you for having me on this panel. I'm the only non-IT technical person on this panel, so it's a privilege to be here amongst all of you. See, as a communications person, my journey with social media started way back when social media started emerging in the universe. So I was quick to adopt to social media in the early 2000s itself. Much before Facebook, Orkut, and all of that came up, there was a very nice networking platform for low budget travelers, especially for international backpackers. And I was living on very low budget in my mid career, and therefore I used to go backpacking to several Southeast Asian, Australia kind of places. And therefore, for me, connecting up with people through that platform became very interesting. Finding friends for travel, for company, for travel became very interesting, and networking. Therefore, I've met some really interesting people way back in 2004, through the platform called Couchsurfing. Now, of course, those platforms have become very shady. Would I go and do that again at this age and time? I would think twice about it. But in those days, I've met very interesting people from across the world. That was how social media started for me. And then LinkedIn more for professional reasons. It was very, important for me to be on LinkedIn because I had to be noticed. I had to be visible. I needed to get all the right opportunities, etc. And then I joined this international corporate where they had these international social media platforms for employee engagement, and therefore I needed to be on it. And since I was a communications person, I needed to develop programs for internal employee engagement through those social media platforms. And that's from where actually my professional journey of using social media started. Then I got onto Facebook, and then to Twitter, and then all other platforms. Today, I use, like Sigdam said, I kind of segregate my social media for different reasons. LinkedIn, purely professional. Facebook, purely for family, friends, and stuff like that, which is where I post a lot of fun facts and things like that. Twitter is the most interesting platform for me. It actually sucks up a lot of my time, but I get a lot of information from Twitter. I get a lot of fun from Twitter because if you follow the right people, it can be a great platform to unwind after a long, hard day. And that's the way that I kind of segregate the social media. And social media, actually, if you look at all the platforms, they start off very well, but then it also starts to get worse with all the trolling and everything. So I now kind of restrict myself to very selective social media platforms.
Thank you. So that's a really different reasons in some ways for all of you, which drew you to social media, to make a personal connection perhaps, or in some way for travel. So thank you for sharing that. To Sikdam, I wanted to come to you and ask you, what was the aha moment for you when you realized how effective social media platforms could be in terms of creating an impact professionally or personally, or for a cause that perhaps you were, supporting? Was there a moment when it came to you that, wow?
I'll give an example from my personal use. I also use social media for the Acm Women in Europe communications. And there, I always have my, I'm always happy to see how many women are following and learning from us and how we kind of managed to get a community there. But my personal aha moment was when as I said, I started using Twitter effectively when I joined a company. And then with that company, we were creating a book that uses these small computing platforms called microbits to teach computer networking to very young learners, children. we did this book for free, and it was mostly disseminated around Twitter, like we have this book as a free resource, etc. And then there came a conference called BET where we had a kind of a booth where, you know, the book was there, and I was approached by people from Latin America who were using my book with their students. And there were people who were from Romania who translated the book because it was open source to their language. And I wasn't even aware how far we were reaching into different parts of the world. And that was kind of my aha moment, where I posted something in Twitter, it got amplified by my other followers, and you don't even realize how far you're reaching and how far you're making an impact, basically.
Neelima, you started using Facebook, as a means of connecting at a time when you were taking a break. But now, as a women entrepreneur, how has social media become a boon for you? Do you think it has helped amplify your voice, your work? How has it changed you as a professional?
Definitely yes, a big yes for that. I reach out to people only through social media. I have multiple lessons planned on AI and ML. We do consultancy in artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I have small snippets of video which I publish very frequently on Instagram. Okay. But on YouTube also I have channels. And then I publish it to people so that, and every now and then there are, especially the students who contact me, they ask me for many doubts. There are people whom I've mentored online. I've never met them too. And this is very interesting because I'm very happy when I see that there is a student, a child who is benefiting from my knowledge and he or she lands up in a job. Sometimes I give them the offer, but many times they also land up in other companies. And it is very interesting. If you have heard about Quora, Quora.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm an active participant on Quora where I clear doubts on machine learning and artificial intelligence. Well, in the recent past, I didn't do much because of some reasons, but I was like one of the prominent people who answered questions on AI and ML. And I was very happy when people liked my post, and some people even asked me personal questions. So that way I feel very contented that I'm justifying my knowledge or my expertise. And if I have to answer a similar question as Signam said, one day a woman from London, one of my friends who is also a woman entrepreneur into digital marketing, she had posted some about one of the women entrepreneur events that happened in London, and I liked it. I just commented on it, saying thank you, Pavitra, something like congrats. I said congrats, Pavitra. And then the woman entrepreneur events manager contacts me from London. She says she has looked at my profile and she says they are looking at women entrepreneurs who are into AI and ML. Wow. I was delighted. That is the way the world is. I mean, very small, right? I've never met her. It's an indirect connect, and now I don't think there is anything that is impossible. Only thing that is needed is the focus and the determination for you to do that. Yeah, things like trolling and stuff like that go on, but
absolutely. I'm thinking if for a young woman who were to see people like you, for instance, in social media, it would be such an empowering, to see people like you, all of you across different spaces, speaking up and voicing your opinions. It's really quite an empowering symbol. Bhavani, as someone who's in the business of communications, as an entrepreneur, you've sort of done the entire spectrum of networking tools and networking modes and mediums. What about social media to you is so powerful? What are the advantages you feel it has over the more traditionally used forums for networking, for instance?
I think social and digital media, I think, is the future of communications. I think the traditional platforms of communication are fast disappearing, especially with the younger generation. I think it's all online, digital, social, and whatever's emerging new media. And I hope I can catch up with all those developments. But I think it's very, very important. Professionally, it is very important for women, especially, to be on social media, to get noticed on social media for the work we do, create opportunities for ourselves and our businesses, especially small enterprises like mine. Speak out for each other. I think social media is a good place, and can also be a really bad place where trolling, especially abuse of women, is concerned. So I think it's important that we form a community, speak out for each other, network with each other, form a sort of a sisterhood also, so that I think we are all allies. We all can become allies for each other online, even if we do not know each other, personally offline. And women should encourage more women in the online platforms, in online communities, to identify opportunities for each other. That is what I think is the power of social media. We have to come together on social media as a community of women. That is important, according to me.
Yeah, and bring about a policy change, maybe at a government level. Yeah, that is possible, right? Yeah.
Meena, if I could come to you, you talked about how, in a sense, in the post-pandemic scenario, you have, in some ways, you're looking at social media more than you perhaps did earlier. Where have you found social media to be useful? I'm not saying that it's terribly more useful than other forms, but where do you see some of the advantages? Do you see it, in a sense, as a place for, you do have a lot of young people. We talk about not enough young women or not enough girls going for STEM. Do you see this as a space where people like yourself, when they talk about their work, or you see someone, who has studied and gone this far and is pursuing something which is cutting edge, which is latest, which is, which is relevant? Do you see this as a medium to inspire, to talk about your work, to collaborate?
So it's not very clear to me where we are making the distinction between the use of social media and having a presence on the internet. So in particular, this last point that you mentioned, that it's very important for women who are in STEM and who are doing well in STEM to be visible, for young girls to even consider a career in STEM in the future. And one of the best ways of visibility at this level is not where you're giving research talks and conferences, but where you're giving popular talks, simply trying to communicate how exciting is the work that you are doing. Now, so I have also given a fair number of such talks. And these talks have been organized by various fora, and the fora who organize them, they are on social media. They are putting out tweets or messages announcing this. And I'm sure that is contributing immensely to getting a wider reach.
Absolutely.
Subsequently, these talks, the videos are there. They are on YouTube and under various channels, so anybody can go and see them. But to bring them to the notice of people, there are these, so I would think of certain Twitter accounts as wonderful curated feeds of resources that we could point young women to. Right?
Yes.
So now this is the use I think of as it's very useful as a consumer of social media. So there's a thing about putting out content, and there is consuming content.
About what you're taking, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not putting out content on Twitter or Instagram, on Facebook. I do read other people's posts on various blogs. But I don't feel moved to write a blog myself. But so there are different kinds of advantages that could be got in as a consumer and as somebody who puts in content. In terms of science communication and science outreach, I think it is extremely useful to be able to reach a large audience by using whatever means possible, in particular using social media.
So one important point that all of you have flagged and raised is that you can't really ignore the very real and substantial threat of gender-based violence, abuse, trolling that comes with this increased social media visibility. Often you perhaps in the early days don't know what to use it, how to use it, the nature of your work, your profile, all of this can really leave you very open to abuse. And in fact, I wanted to refer to some studies. We have a 2021 study from the Economist Intelligence Unit, which talks about how but more than a third of women worldwide have experienced abuse online. And this has risen to almost half for younger women. And earlier this year, we had a leading news portal which published a report of a list of women journalists in India who've received over 1 million abusive tweets over 5 months. So the report calls in the internet a double-edged sword for women. And on the other hand, it says while it provides vital spaces for women for expression and opportunity, it's increasingly a vector for abusers targeting women. And the figures are quite high. I mean, overall prevalence of online violence against women globally is 85%. with younger women bearing the brunt of it. 85%, as I said, have experienced harassment and online violence. And this is a study by The Economist, which covered 51 countries and surveyed over 4,500 women to develop a credible measurement of the global prevalence of online violence against women. What are some of the key findings? One is that women in countries with long-standing or institutionalized gender inequality tend to experience online violence at a higher level. And while still in the early stages of development, some countries are planning or implementing regulation strategies and directives that seek to address online abuse against women, and that without urgent action, these attacks are only going to continue. Which leads me really to the next poll question, which is, how can we protect women on social media and make these spaces safe for them to engage in professionally or personally? Again, these are the various choices we have up on the screen. One is strong redressal mechanisms must be put in place by social media platforms. Two, dedicated policies for violence, abuse against women on social media platforms. Third, implement laws specific to cybercrimes against women. And four, promote transparency on how content is monitored. Is it any one that you think will be more effective? Again, this is open to all our participants to answer. I encourage all of you to participate. What do you think is, or what are the top three which according to you would be effective, in terms of preventing this or controlling this violence against women? For Sikdam, as someone who enjoys social media and you use multiple platforms, does the threat of online abuse or violence in any way, has it affected you? Is it something that concerns you? You've done work in privacy research here. If you could also talk about that.
I'm aware of what's happening. I haven't personally experienced it, but I think with the use of social media, I quickly converged to using it a little bit more, maybe conservatively, probably because of my own nature, my own personality. So very quickly after my Facebook contacts reached 300, I decided to do a cleanse, because there is a theory that you cannot have meaningful relationships with more than 150 people. 300 connections in Facebook means that I'm not having meaningful relationships with half of them. So I did a cleanse, really. I removed people that I don't necessarily keep in contact with. I kind of maintain a smaller circle. I don't make myself discoverable to more than 2 hops of my network, so that not everybody can add me to their friendship circles, etc. So I do have a more conservative style, but it's my own personality. I'm not saying every woman should follow these. For Twitter, for instance, I don't allow DMs if I haven't followed that person. And I follow people or I accept connections in LinkedIn if I have at least met this person once in physical life. I kind of relaxed a little bit my criteria, but I kind of maintain this so that I do have genuine relationships and genuine contacts in my network in all of the social media. And I think that kind of limits the potential issues that I might face in those platforms. Now, while I do this, I definitely am not an advocate of everybody, women should be more careful and etc. I'm more saying that the onus should not be on women. There should be more mechanisms, policies, and laws against, abuse, digital abuse. And we shouldn't be just dehumanizing the platforms just because we don't see or physically interact with people. That doesn't make them less human, right? They're still human beings, and we should be acting accordingly in those platforms as well. So that's how I feel about it, basically.
So an interesting response really to our poll question, with pretty much over 55% of participants voting for all four. So clearly you really need a mix of strategies or a mix of approaches to address this very real threat of online violence. All four steps that were placed have all received over 55% of the votes. Bhavani, if I could come to you, which is that are there some topics or issues that over the years you've just simply just don't talk about on social media? I mean, have you sort of made a list? Is there a list in your mind of issues you simply will not get into?
So yes, I do have strong opinions, and social media becomes an easy place to go post strong opinions. But then over the years, I've learned that certain opinions, especially in the recent times, can get you badly trolled, or the abusers will be after you. So therefore, I have kind of toned myself down on what I would respond to or react to, and what I would not, and what I would ignore online, but will have a strong opinion offline, and put forth that opinion offline where I know I will not have abusers coming after me unnecessarily. So yes, over the years, I've definitely toned that down. In fact, just the other day, I was thinking about what I've posted when Facebook throws up memories every morning, what I've posted 10 years back to 5 years back to what I do not post at all these days. There has been definitely a shift in how I express my opinions on social media on what matters. The second is, the others also said, I think it is very important that there are policies and mechanisms to monitor online abusers and strict action taken against that. People should know that there is action taken against them. But unfortunately, in most cases, when those people who are putting policies and mechanisms and who are supposed to be monitoring the law, the law enforcement, etc., they themselves become sort of, online trollers and abusers, then, I do not know how far this will go. But most importantly, the entire thing doesn't lie with the government itself. I think it's important for the platforms themselves to have mechanisms to monitor and pull out those online abusers, because I see them coming back in various forms. But to answer your question, yes, there is trolling. I'm careful. And I would also advocate that it is important to be careful what you post and what is being said, shared as opinion on social media, because this can become a big threat for many women as well. And that has to be, women have to be also cautious of what is being posted.
Nilima, you've talked about feeling more vulnerable as a woman on social media, and that you have, over the years, limited your presence on certain platforms. You mentioned Facebook, in fact, when we spoke, that you were not so active on Facebook for some things as you were in the past. So do you also put a lot of thought into what you will post where, what you're going to talk about where, on what platforms will you take up certain discussions and debates and pursue them, and on and certain platforms where you simply will not go down a certain road? I mean, without giving away too much, could you talk about what are some of the boundaries you've set?
Yeah, all my professional achievements or whatever, even if it's a video on ML or AI, I post mostly on LinkedIn, and I give in the form of tweets also. I give link to my YouTube video in form of tweets, or anything related to AI and ML. I prefer only LinkedIn and Twitter. But on Facebook, I am part of a couple of groups, ML AI groups, wherein I post it, but I have limited my posts on Facebook, because Facebook, sometimes unknowingly we put something personal. It can be anything about achievement of your child, and that leads to something else. I've actually experienced a response like that 2 or 3 years back, and then I said, okay, this is not a platform for me to be here right now. So yeah, but even now my presence is still there on Facebook, but not as much as it was before. Whatever I do, I see that it's mostly targeted onto AI and ML, when I help people pick up knowledge on AI ML. That's it. Or anything related to technology, which will be helpful for people who view it in a technical front.
Meena, what would you say to women who are in different roles which require them to be visible on social media platforms, as say science communicators? They have to engage even when they may not strictly want to, but their role requires them to be there, to be visible, to talk. What are some of the boundaries or steps do you think they should keep in mind? Do you, for instance, feel that maybe they should not waste their time talking about issues which don't relate to work? Is that something that you can do? What are some of the ways one can do it responsibly when you're required to be visible?
Yeah, so I'm a very strong advocate of separating the professional and the personal, and especially for somebody who is explicitly saying that they really do not want to be on social media, but their work requires them to be. Well, in that case, when you are on social media, you restrict your presence there purely to work-related stuff. I would not even think twice about this, and I would also strongly recommend others to follow this. That if you are using a channel because your work requires you to, then of course you use it in the way that is professionally required. So right now, for instance, at work we use email, we have our web pages. We are not required to use WhatsApp also for communication. But if we are required to, then I would probably completely separate out where I'm doing my personal chats and where I'm doing my work-related chats. And I believe that one cannot go wrong with this. To what extent it will actually help. We cannot be constantly second guessing where there may be a threat coming from, and that is not the way to proceed. We do not want to work in a climate of fear. So you do what you have to do because it's part of your job. You do what you enjoy doing because you enjoy doing it. And if there is a clash between the two, then you just separate out the two places where you're going to do that. So to me, it's this is what I would recommend. Separate out not necessarily separate out the fora, but separate out your presence on the fora as a professional person and as a person.
So this is one question I'm going to ask all of you, because we all, when we started with social media, made mistakes, made, stumbled and fell. What are some of the, without giving away too much, what are some of the things that you've learned over the years? What are some of the things you did initially that you perhaps said, oh, this is not somewhere I'm going to go down? What are some of the things that you did which really worked for you and you said, okay, I'm going to continue doing this? These are just learnings for people, especially young women who are sort of starting their careers. What are some of your steps? If I could start with you, Sigdon. While you think about this, I wanted to ask all participants to please pose their questions in the chat box so we can ask our panelists to respond.
There was no one critical incident that led me to do a change, but I noticed that what I have started converging to was, again, indeed the segregation of the professional and personal networks and not wanting to mix them. It was a feeling, basically, what was my comfort level in using those platforms. And then I also, again, as I said, I was adding people, everybody who I vaguely remember as acquaintances and etc., and accepting everybody's requests on Facebook. And then I realized I have this bloated network where I don't have any genuine conversation really. So I kind of again converged to a smaller network. But I don't remember myself policing what I say, etc. On the other hand, I understand that people might be, especially in certain topics, can have very much polarized views. And again, I think a reflection of my character, I try to approach those as a more neutral ground, and I try to understand the other person's point of view. And when I engage in those conversations, I stop when the discussion, stops being useful for either party, right? So there is there is a reason to engage in those conversations when there are polarized views. You're in one range and the other person is completely opposite, and then it stops being useful for either party for seeing each other's point of views. And that's where I kind of accept the differences and agree to disagree and move on from the conversation. I would do the same, I think, in my, if this was a physical face-to-face conversation as well. So that's what I do. I try to think about how I normally behave with people in presence and try to replicate that behavior online as well, and not fall into the trap of how easy it is to chat away, basically, and do a bit of more reflective interaction with people.
So Nilima, if you could also answer that, and I also wanted to pose a question to all of you that's come up from one of our participants, Dr. Janet, which is how can we manage our social media accounts? Is there a key to it? Sigda, maybe you could answer that and then I can take that to Nilima. How do you manage it?
So I do different strategies for my personal and professional use. Again, for Acm Women Europe, we do have a service that we use that kind of allows us to post to different accounts at the same time. So you can create a post like Buffer, for instance, and then you can tweak it for the different platforms at the same time. And that helps us a lot because it's really time consuming, and bothersome basically to go to every account and do it separately. So we do use these consolidated account management systems. I started slowly using it for my personal use as well. If this is a message I'm putting out for my professional networks and I don't want to go and write on Twitter or in LinkedIn separately, I would use the same service to post one message into those platforms. And I find them very useful, basically, because it allows them to each message to be tweaked according to the social media platform, while the core of the message is the same.
Okay. Okay, so Nilima, what are some of the early mistakes you made? And if you could also talk about what are some of the ways in which one can manage social media accounts?
Probably one of the early mistake I made was I was very excited of Facebook. As I said, there are many options for me to learn new things, and where I was very excited. If the same scenario comes now, maybe with Facebook, even if it is something new that I'm learning on Facebook, I'll not be so excited. I think this is all part of life. I mean, you learn something, but again, you cannot fully trust it, is what I say. Go with your hindsight. You learn it, take the knowledge, and then think about whether to use it or not. That is what I feel right now. And coming to how to manage social media. As Sigdim was mentioning, even I use Buffer. For any post that I think I have to post it on multiple social media because I'm an entrepreneur and I have to spread my company news or maybe a video, or especially the news on the company. I use Buffer sort of. There is another platform which I don't remember now, but Buffer is a platform which I've used quite a bit, where I just post it there and it gets published on multiple other platforms. But the other thing, not just the social media, especially for the students who are watching this, I would like, I mean, it will be good if you can have your presence on platforms like Kaggle and HackerRank. They're not social media platforms, but having your presence there, technical presence, because all of you are from the STEM side, right? So it will be good for your presence. You know what? In this aspect, I would like to add one more point. Whomever I'm recruiting, at first I'll look at their social media presence, Shai. How much active are they on their LinkedIn and Kaggle?
So does that put you off, or does that? How do you react to that?
I like it. See, you should not be. See, if not social media, let's say you go to a party. If you're aloof on one side, it's like social media, right? Going to a party where thousands of people are there. Is it that if you go and talk to some person, you will be vulnerable to attacks? No, it is possible, but that doesn't mean that you should not go. And there should be some limitations set everywhere, whether it's a physical presence or the social media, virtual presence. That is what I believe. And as you were also saying, and many of the panelists said, I will not post everything, each and everything on social media. I have a limitation. Whatever I like, maybe sometimes I post, sometimes I think about it whether to post it or not. Even if I post it in a very diplomatic way. Yeah.
So, Meena, do you think that were there some mistakes that you made perhaps in the early days, or that led you to feel that, okay, these are certain issues I'll never pick up? And I know you're not that active, but is there a system of management for you when it comes to social media?
No, I don't think I can add anything here. I'm not active on social media, and I'm not putting out content. And a lot of these questions are to the putting out content, not reading or not with consumption.
Okay, Bhavani, I wanted to ask you that question as well, which is, how do you manage? Do you have a system for managing your social media accounts? And two, would you also check out potential employees on social media, and do you use it to pick up certain inputs about them, or does that decide the way you sort of screen them in a sense on social media?
Okay, yeah. Mistake, I wouldn't qualify those as mistakes, but then I was a late starter on social media for business, and that I think I'm correcting that very quickly now. We started late and we are catching up there, and that I see, if I had started 5 years earlier, or 7, 8 years earlier, we would have been at par with many of the other smaller enterprises in this profession. In terms of do I check out social media of people I recruit? Yes, normally the moment I get a CV which is interesting, I go and check where are they on social media. Especially, I don't look at Facebook because that's very personal, but I look at Twitter or LinkedIn to see what are they posting on Twitter and LinkedIn. Is it relevant to the professional, area of work that you're doing, and how interesting is that, and how well have they understood social media, especially if I'm hiring somebody for a role that requires social media as a deliverable, for example, in that role. Yes, then I do, and I look at it. But mostly the professional platforms, not the personal platforms. Facebook's become a very personal platform now, or an Instagram, for example. I don't go check out all that. Doesn't interest me.
Dr. Meena, there's a question for you, which is, how do you curate your consumption in general, social media or otherwise, books, papers, blogs?
Yeah, this is
given the volume. Yeah.
Yes. So this is certainly a completely non-trivial question. So Nildhara, thanks for asking that. So fortunately, so the area in which I work, for instance, I work in theoretical computer science. Within that, there is a subfield, computational complexity. In computational complexity, there are maybe 4 or 5 people who are leaders, researchers, who also maintain active blogs and post at a reasonable frequency. So one of them was a person whom I knew, whom we had invited to our institute, who had given a talk, Lance Portno, and then he started a blog, and we heard about it through our word of mouth network. It was like obvious that I would want to read what he's saying on his blog, and he was talking complexity theory, which is directly related to my work. So that's a blog which I automatically started following. A few years later, so two, 3 other blogs. So in complexity theory, I think right now there are 3 blogs that I follow. I'm not even sure whether there are many more, but I'm not actively going around looking for them. So what happens is that a blog which I've already decided is good and worth following, like I said, in complexity, there are currently 3 that I do follow. If there is something really interesting happening on another blog, then they are going to point to it. That's the way these networks grow. And so occasionally I would read a post on some other blog because it was pointed to from here. If I find it interesting, then I may scroll back and forth on that other blog to see the other posts on that blog. And if I find, say, 40% of what I have read interesting, I may add it to my feed. But very often it happens that there is a one-off post there which I like, but the rest is like not really relevant, or it's repetitive. I've seen it before, so it's not interesting. So right now in the list of blogs that I follow, because there's obviously so many out there, and there's no way I can follow them all, I have a kind of segregation. There are 3 blogs which are to do with my research area of computational complexity, which I follow. There are another 4 or 5 blogs in theoretical computer science, the larger area. So in theoretical computer science, there are many, many more blogs, and I have to pick which ones I want to follow. And the first 1 or 2 were, again, word of mouth, where I knew the person, a very well-respected research leader in the community, and I started following the blog. And a couple more got added. So there are maybe 5 such theoretical computer science blogs that I follow. There are 2 blogs that I do follow, which are about academia, but not necessarily computer science or theoretical computer science. And in particular, there was this absolutely outstanding blog, which I really regret that it has now shut down, a blog by a female science professor. And it's the blog, the old archived blog posts are still out there, and they are a wonderful resource for women in STEM who have already chosen this career and who are in particular in academia, in science. Because it talks about science, it talks about the excitement in science, the difficulties in doing science, and in particular about the gender-based differences in perspective, which are both positives and negatives. So she has a very nice way of putting together multiple views. I really enjoyed that blog. For whatever reasons, she has shut it down. There's another blog on a similar vein, which is again a woman science professor. I think it's called XY Academics, and that's one of the blogs that I do follow. So these are blogs about academia, and in particular, I have just picked out these 2. Occasionally, so I do look at their blog role, and I occasionally look at some other blogs that they link to, but I don't follow them actively. So from a professional point of view, the number of blogs that I follow is less than 10. Some in computational complexity, some in theoretical computer science, and some in academia. From the personal point of view, there are some blogs that I do follow, for instance, blogs which talk about fiction, because I do not like reading on the digital media. I don't read on Kindle, but I read paper, and then I love to read book reviews to help me to pick out which books I want to write. Those book reviews I am willing to read digitally, even though the book has to be in my hand as a book. So there are certain blogs which have very interesting discussions about books and perspectives of the author and the reader. How did I actually come to them? The question is really, how did I curate to this? The blogs that I follow are not of people whom I have actually met. So it is not that, I first the person whom I know and then I got onto it. I think I would be hard pressed to even figure out how I got onto someone. So I think it's just a curious accident that there are these 4 or 5 blogs on literature and fiction that I follow that I really enjoy reading. There are another 2 or 3 blogs that I follow about music, and that is about it. So in my regular, there are 2 blogs on humor, which are cartoons that I follow. So I think my total blog list blogs that I follow on a regular basis is less than 20. And the professional part of it has been picked very carefully because I know it can, there can be a lot if I am willing to cast the net wide, but I think it is diminishing returns. So keep it small, but then the small list is
meaningful, small and meaningful. Maybe you can share a list of the blogs, in fact, that you follow, Meena, for our participants on the chat box. We have a question from Neena Samantre, and this is for both of you, Sigdam and Nilima. Nilima, maybe you could take it up first, which is how important is it to understand the algorithm of social media platforms for the amplification of your posts and tweets?
Well, I don't think it is needful at all for you to worry about the algorithm behind the social media platform, in my personal perspective. At first, if you really want to go for it, what is the reason that you want to post on a social media platform? If you are looking at the digital marketing front, yes, it's good if you understand the algorithm. If it is a simple post and you are worried about simple likes and not dislikes, of course, likes and comments, then I don't think you have to worry about it. But again, if your objective is to increase the presence of your post in a digital marketing perspective, or maybe if you have a company going forward, you will have a company, right? Maybe you will become an entrepreneur, it's possible. In that perspective, understanding the algorithm is good, but you will not have access to the algorithm. You only have to understand the algorithm by probably some blogs, following some blogs, and understanding it by your own sense. You have posted it on so and so date with so many tags, so many hashtags, or maybe you've tagged someone else, things like that. But otherwise, if you're just doing it for the sake of some Facebook post, some personal matter, you put it on Facebook post and you want more likes and more comments, I wouldn't advise you to spend more time on that personally. But if you want to understand it, again, it's a trial and error method. You can follow many blogs are there.
Sigdam, would you like to comment on that? Did you make an effort? Was it important for you to understand algorithms, etc.? Did you make an effort to go down that route? Or
neither for ACM Women Europe nor for my personal use, I didn't, and I agree with Nilima as well. I'm just thinking whether we should have, but our strategy was organic growth, and slow growth was acceptable to us, so we didn't really try to understand or tweak. Though some platforms nowadays give you the opportunity, but paid, to boost your posts and tweets and etc. And I guess if you are really thinking about that, maybe you might explore, really big growth in a very fast period, then you might explore those additional things. One thing that I use is analytics, though. So both Facebook or Twitter, I look at the analytics and see, how our posts are reaching out, and try to see what is popular, what gets people's attention. And eventually what we've learned as a lesson is that the more authentic your message is, the more you understand your community, the more likes and comments you get. So we decided not to, for instance, retweet that much, or repost things from other groups in our Facebook group, because what our community wanted to hear was news from us specifically, not news from everybody. So actually posting less and providing more authentic messages helped us get better interaction. And that we learned from basically just looking at the analytics and what's getting people attention.
Yeah, good point, Sigdim. And added to that, you need to post less and more genuine and your own. Okay, that is very important. Not or added to that, the frequency at which you post should be persistent. In a sense, if you say you post one post every day, let it be one day, one post per day, or maybe 1 week, weekly once. That's also okay. There's no hard and fast rule that you have to post more for you to become more, for your post to become more popular. So consistency is important. Maybe weekly once, that's okay. But see that it's only once a week.
Yeah. You're talking about all platforms.
Yeah, all the social media platforms.
Just to add to that, the consolidation platforms we mentioned, like Buffer, they allow you to schedule posts as well. So you can schedule a post, so that if you have to do this, especially because of a professional responsibility, there are tools that make it easier nowadays to be consistent, persistent in those platforms.
Is there a danger, though? This is also a question which has been posed by one of our participants. Is there a danger of it becoming an obsession? I mean, for a lot of people that you keep checking, has someone responded, has someone retweeted, has someone shared my post, who likes it, who hates it, who sort of has got into an argument with me? Is there a danger of it becoming an obsession? And what would your advice be for the younger generation in terms of you not getting addicted to it? Bhavani, if I could go to you with that question first.
Yes, social media can quickly become an obsession. Actually, when I started on Twitter, it consumed a lot of my time. It was extremely addictive, and it could also trigger a lot of emotions, mostly anger when it got abusive. And that's something that I had to manage personally. And then over a point period of time, I realized that Twitter can be very powerful when you want to follow. If you follow all the right handles just for fun, for joy of being there, and also network better with professionals. So yes, it could be a difficult. It could be addictive. It could consume a lot of your time, and we need to learn to manage it. Most importantly, unemotionally. I think not getting trapped into that, who's liking my post, who's not liking my post, who's amplifying it, who's responding to it, and then wanting to react to every response. I think those should be avoided on social media, because you can get into an emotional trap very quickly. It can get very addictive, and it can be harmful as well. So I think that is something definitely avoidable, especially for the younger generation. I think it is important to find a balance, use it judiciously, carefully, cautiously, for the best professional and probably personal benefit and visibility. Use it more for professional success and networking, and do not link it to your emotions, I would say. And most importantly, get a offline life offline as well, because a lot of the younger generation has a life online but nothing offline at all, and therefore it's important to get a life offline as well. That's what I would say.
Get a life offline. That's sage advice. Sigdam, would you agree? Do you think there is a danger of making these reactions, these likes and shares and comments very central to everything?
Actually, at the beginning, maybe when when the platforms were a novelty, you're checking who's liked my posts and who retweeted or who commented. But then personally, that novelty wore off for me, and I basically think about what is my intention when I'm posting in those platforms, and then do not worry about the rest that much, basically. And again, I kind of do a more summarized checking with those analytics tool for the professional purposes, just to see what's happening. And that's kind of checking in a summary way, and not necessarily being on that platform every day and worrying about who liked and who disliked and reacted to my posts. I guess I completely agree. Having a very busy life offline kind of limits how much you can be on those platforms as well.
Neelima, would you agree? Was there a point, especially when you started using social media in the early years as a means of connecting, where you felt you were relying on it too much, perhaps, to connect, or you were depending on it too much to hear from people? Is that something that concerns you, say, vis-a-vis your children when they go onto social media actively?
Really, I was not so addicted. I'm using the wrong word maybe, but I was not very addicted to it. But yeah, when I post my baby's pictures, I was looking for how many people have liked it. Yeah, that obsession was there, but now my children are more independent, and so I don't really care about it. I was never obsessed to social media, but I have used social media to connect to people virtually, and then I had a physical interaction with people. So my presence has broadened or widened very much just because of social media. The first 2 years after my second baby was born, I said I can't go out. I mean, I can go out, but yeah, I did not spend more time going out to office because I quit my job. I focused on entrepreneurship, but my baby was infant baby, so I had to take care of her also. So I had very limited time to go out and meet people in person. But after around 2 years, then I was surprised when people suddenly put a mail to me and said, "Hey, Nilima, I've seen your work," and that way slowly I've gotten into physical corporate network. So I have used social media for the benefit. But yes, as Miss Bhavani was mentioning, you get obsessed quite a bit. You get obsessed. Yeah, as I said, when my baby's posts were there, I was checking, hey, how many people have liked it. Later, I realized you should not go with the emotions.
So much by what
that's
people
all
are
virtual,
saying.
not physical. So that's okay.
Meena,
Now,
I wanted to pose this question to you, which is come on our chat box, which is that do you sometimes feel that too much of social media hype creates mountains out of molehills, and it equating the worth of a content to the number of likes is doing more disservice to science and technology than it's helping?
I totally agree with the initial part that very often social media is creating an amplification, mountain out of a molehill. But I have not seen it so much in my own area of work, and I do not know whether it is a serious problem instead. It's, there are a lot of subjective views which do get amplified and are then misinterpreted in mischievous and malicious ways. But the way science proceeds, I feel it is not. I have not seen particularly vicious ways in which this has created a barrier.
Nilima, this is a question I wanted to put to you, which has come from Shilpa AR, which is that I hope not having an active account or not being a contributor to platforms like LinkedIn is considered different from participation on Kaggle. I understand that being active on platforms like LinkedIn stands a higher chance and visibility for jobs. But do any of you, actually it's open to all of you, do any of you consider that as a strict criteria in shortlisting a person with a developer-lead technical profile? Nilima, if I could begin with you.
Yeah, sure. See, having a profile on LinkedIn is definitely helpful, but you having a profile on Kaggle is much more helpful. If I have two profiles, one on LinkedIn, one having only on the LinkedIn, and the other one having presence both on LinkedIn and Kaggle, very actively present on Kaggle, I prefer the guy or girl who is on Kaggle. Just because, see, there is a contribution where you impromptu put and you're more passionate about technology. There is no one who's forcing you to do that. You have to be active on Kaggle. It's all technical, and there's nothing where you buff about and like on Facebook. It's not something where you post anything related to your personal stuff. It's all on the technical front. So having presence in Kaggle, definitely I would advise you guys or girls, you have to have presence for Kaggle. If you think Kaggle is difficult, go for HackerRank. HackerRank. Okay, HackerRank has very simple competitions, and it uses the concept of gamification also. So you get more motivated and passionate about technology and competitions like this. So once you get used to HackerRank, you can get into Kaggle. Don't get worried when you see Kaggle, and Kaggle is a platform where competitions are held on artificial intelligence and IoT also. And students may get disheartened because the competitions are very tough and they're worldwide. Sometimes students could get disheartened, but what I would advise is get into HackerRank, just get used to the platform at HackerRank, and then get into Kaggle. Yeah.
Would you like to comment on that, Sigdam?
I treated these things differently when in academia and in industry. So when we received a CV in industry, I would actually be more interested in the candidate if they had a GitHub account, for instance, and if I could see code that was put forward by them and see the quality of the code and etc. and the issues and how active they are, because that gives you a very concrete evidence of the abilities of the person as well as what kind of projects they felt worth publishing in such a platform. For academic CVs, I actually go and read the papers and see, whether how the person wrote that paper, what can I learn from that, and that kind of factors into my decision making. So I wouldn't look at social platforms to be sure of the person. Sometimes maybe LinkedIn, if I want to see, for instance, they haven't mentioned all their activities, and maybe if I could see a little bit more activities if they shared in another platform. But other than that, no, I wouldn't base my opinions on social media presence in academia. And in industry, I was using GitHub basically to see what code that if they had published.
Bhavani, how much of your hiring decisions would depend on, say, how active a person is on social media? Is somebody who's absolutely not present, would that bother you? It would
No.
not be. No.
No, not really. But I would, because communications is a role which is which makes it essential for people to understand digital and social media as well. I would like that person to adopt those social media, digital media platforms after that person comes into that role to learn and adopt and move on to the newer trends that are emerging in the industry. Somebody who's very hardcore traditional in strategy and thinking may not be able to very quickly adopt to newer technologies and changes in the industry. Therefore, I would urge people to then move on to newer trends and stuff like that. But then that would not change my hiring. That would not influence my hiring decision if I see a strong strategy coming across, from that person. But yes, I would go and check out what they've been, how active they've been on social media and so on.
Would someone being very active on social media be a bit of a deterrent for you, Meena? Would you see that as perhaps, a bit of a...
So me not being on social media does not mean that I am judging those who are negatively. Absolutely, it is not a deterrent. In fact, I was waiting to jump in because I wanted to amplify something that Ibm said, which is, I am in academia and I can talk about in academic hiring. A social media presence of a candidate would make no difference either positively or negatively to me. I would want to see the candidate's work. I would want to read the papers, perhaps listen to some of the talks that the candidate has given to see, what kind of perspectives, because very often there is a huge difference between the way the ideas are presented in the paper and the talks. So the talks would also be very interesting. But one thing that I have seen happen increasingly in recent times, and I do not know whether it is because there is a social media presence anyway, increasingly more and more research students who seem to be headed for a career in academia are not taking the trouble to maintain to simply maintain a web page, and that is something that I would look at. So I'm not waiting for somebody to actually apply for a job. We are constantly interacting with people in the community. I hear somebody else who's a collaborator or a friend of a collaborator working in a related area who says, I have a student working on this problem. I go and look up the web page of that student, and then that student does not have a web page. This is going to hamper that student's ability to be a little bit more visible in academic circles. So in academic circles, the standard social media presence really does not matter, but I would say that it is important that people take the trouble to maintain to keep a web page which is maintained up to date. So I should not have to wait for a job application to come to me with the current status of the CV. A continuously updated CV should be available out there. That's
so if I could ask all of you, and I'm going to go starting with you, Nilima, is that what according to you are the three top advantages of being on social media and the three biggest disadvantages? And I know there'll be some overlap between all of you, that's all right. But for you, what have been the three big winners?
The advantages is getting to know about any topic and every topic in the world. Not every topic, I know there are some topics which are very much away, but and how is it, what is discussed on it, that part, and reaching out to people, spreading the word, especially spreading word. If you want to do something, I think a decade or maybe 2 decades back, it was very difficult to think about what to do. Everything was clueless. But now, being on social media, especially on the social media platforms like LinkedIn, you can spread your word. When I say spread your word, again, I'm looking at spreading my knowledge on technology to thousands and millions of people across the world. That those are the 2 advantages. And third advantage, maybe I have to think about.
Disadvantages. What would you say are the biggest disadvantages?
The biggest disadvantage is you're prone to be judged by people. And if you're worried about the fact that people will judge you, that is not a platform for you to be there. And the second disadvantage is you should be thick-skinned. Don't worry about what people are saying. Just focus on what you're doing. If your attitude is that, if you're aiming at the target and you want to reach the target without not worrying about the trolls or there are people who put a personal message and comment on stuff that you're doing, right? So if you know how to handle it, then just go for it. Otherwise, that is the biggest disadvantage. And the third advantage come disadvantage is you learn many things. The first time, maybe you feel bad. Second time you say, oh, these guys, it's okay. There are many people like that who comment. I need to ignore them, or I need to block them. Blocking is there, on all the social media platforms. So just block them, or maybe change your profile picture. There are ways for everything, right? I mean, if I'm just giving you some, I don't know, some thoughts. Or limit your word. If you're sharing some personal message, limit it to only some particular groups which are very closer to you and they don't judge you, things like that. But otherwise, my personal opinion is just being worried that we are women or we are girls and the world will troll at us. If you start thinking that, Meena ma'am is absolutely incredible, who is working on a very niche topic, and there are very little people across the world who know what that is, right? So there may not be many people like you, and wherever you are, that's great, incredible. Now, if you're talking about something different, in the sense, some technology, AI and ML at a very 50 feet level, 50,000 feet level, at a strategic point of view, or maybe something about the business, or maybe on the digital marketing front, things like that, very common topics, then, and your goal is to spread the knowledge to people across the world, then I think social media platform is the way to go ahead. And especially these the students who are now probably attending this session, please don't get disheartened by the news that these people have been told. No, there are ways around for everything and anything. Okay. So just don't get disheartened. Please have your presence on social media. If you think you are scared about it, change your name, change your profile picture, have a target. What is the reason that I'm getting into social media? Have a reason specifically mentioned within your mind, maybe. And then if you think it is consuming more of your time, set a time. Let me have my presence on social media, not presence, but let me work on LinkedIn, let's say for 30 minutes every day. That's it. After 30 minutes, you're just going to wind up. Keep your mind under your control. Nothing is going to stop you from doing anything in the world. That's it. So I would beg and request and whatever, and say, don't get disheartened. This is the way to go ahead in the world. Okay. If you say you are going to be shying, you shy from social media, you can't survive.
Okay, Sigdam, what do you see as the three big advantages, three big disadvantages? And you don't have to have three. It's all right.
I was thinking about these, and the advantages and disadvantages I came up with are very linked, almost the same, two sides of the same coin. So one advantage I see, the ability to make connections to people who you would not have normally the chance to. But then the disadvantage is thinking that those connections are always genuine or real connections. They need reinforcing, like in physical life, to become or turn into real connections. Just because somebody followed you or connected you on Facebook, that doesn't mean a real connection. The second thing is the ability to be current on your interests, finding groups that share the same passion, learning from them, having this knowledge exchange. But then there is the disadvantage of information overdrive, and curation here, as Meena says, is very important. And some people were asking, how do you curate content so that you get a little bit of control over the information overload? And then the third thing I was thinking of, being able to reach out to different perspectives, or hearing maybe globally the different thoughts about a certain news, or how certain countries or cultures behave towards a certain thing. So COVID was one of the things that affected us globally in different countries and different cultures, and different people thought differently about it, and learning how people differ is interesting. On the other hand, people were asking about algorithms in social media platforms. These platforms kind of tune in what kind of things you discover based on their algorithms, and you slowly converge into bubbles, basically, where what becomes visible to you is a bubble of things that they feel you would be interested or more likely to accept. And getting out of those bubbles might be an interesting challenge in those media platforms.
You're in a sort of echo chamber, listening to voices like yourselves. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Meena, what do you see as the three advantages and disadvantages? And again, no number limit.
Yeah. So like Sigdam said, most of these points they have advantages and disadvantages. But let me still nonetheless list them separately. Advantages. So from a professional point of view, For putting out content, the most obvious advantage is that you're giving more visibility to your work. And for the kind of work that I do, it does not really matter, but I do know that for a whole lot of other work in computer science and in STEM at large, it can really make a difference. So visibility is the number one advantage. The other two advantages are more in terms of consumption of information on social media. So the one big advantage is you get very quick updates. And the second is that you get an awareness of a much wider range of views and perspectives than you could get just through your physical network. So the reach of the social network is just simply much larger than that of the physical network, and having breadth of view in your horizon is an advantage.
Is an advantage, yes, of course.
But then the flip side, the disadvantage. I mean, exactly starting from this point, the first disadvantage would be that you're getting too much info, too little time to critically digest it and to figure out what is coming from a vicious feedback loop and what can be taken as genuinely representative of what is happening in the world. Right. So that's the disadvantage number one. Disadvantage number two, which is again the same, another way of saying the same thing. It's not just the too much info, but the speed. It's relentless. So this talk I said about the obsession and the addiction. It's relentless, and unless you have the temperament where you can give yourself the space to dissociate from it whenever you want to and whenever you need to, it can
overwhelm you. Yeah.
That's the second disadvantage. So the third disadvantage is again connected to this, which is that based on individual temperament. So this is not a disadvantage for everybody, but if you already start out with even a small bit of insecurity, it can rapidly feed into that. And the last thing we want is somebody who's trying to amplify your insecurity. You want to amplify your security and your confidence. So that is something that you have to be very
wise messages there from you, Meena. Bhavani, if I could ask you, what do you see as its real advantages and disadvantages?
See, the social media, like I said, could be very addictive, and it can become an obsession very fast, and it can therefore consume all your time. So therefore, it's important for you to kind of divide your time, saying from this time to this time, social media, I will be on Twitter to capture news that is happening. So that's how I have kind of segmented my time. My mornings, when I wake up, I get onto Twitter to quickly see what is in the news that I should be aware of today. And that's how I end the day. And I end the day with what is on Twitter that could be joy and fun for me to unwind with and end the day. I do not get caught into unnecessary debates and discussions in politics and stuff like that. The other disadvantage of social media is it could trigger plenty of emotions in you, except fun. Do not let it trigger any other emotion on social media not trigger any other emotion in you. Fun and joy is the only emotion it should trigger, so follow all the right people. In terms of advantage, I think there are plenty of advantages that I have myself benefited from social media. I've got a lot more visibility as a professional, which would have been impossible because I never get the time to get out of my office and network with too many people. So therefore, that's a big advantage, very good for networking. Women should form a community on social media. That's an advantage I think we still haven't explored. Women should form a community. And it is more important to, kind of look at what are those platforms that which could be useful to us and put social media for our use rather than get trapped into social media unnecessarily. So put it to use for yourself and do not get trapped into it are the three things I would say in terms of advantages of social media. It brings the best out of people and can also bring the worst out of people. De-link emotions from it. And I just want to give one very interesting anecdote because you asked about the aha moment of social media. It was an aha moment for me, made me very emotional and happy, but I didn't get trapped into it, thankfully, is when a very senior politician from a leading political party sent me a direct message on my Twitter saying, would you like to join our party? And I was like, wow. And then I was like, no way, thank you, but not yet. I'm not ready for it. Nobody knows me. So those are those moments you should be very careful about. Thank you. That's
Thank you. So once I have time for very few questions actually, but there's one which has come from Shilpa AR. If you could answer very quickly, are there any groups or forums on social media I can join to understand and get involved in white papers and other relevant publications? If there is one thing that you could all share. Is there any particular, you can also post it in the chat box. The other thing is, a comment is that one of the first reflexes today before meeting a new person is Googling his or her name. How do you consider this advantage or a disadvantage of social media? Quick answers from all of you. Is this an advantage?
I didn't hear the question clearly. Sorry.
One of the reflexes today before meeting a new person is Googling his or her name. How do you consider this as an advantage or disadvantage on social media?
Can I go first?
Yes.
It always prepares me for the meeting. That's something I always do. I Google, I find out who's this person I'm meeting, and it always helps me prepare for the meeting, for professional meetings especially.
Okay. Meena?
And I also do.
Okay.
Yes. So I do find it useful. Otherwise, I would not be doing it.
Sigdum, what would you say to that?
The first question about finding academic papers, nowadays I'm in a kind of a network in Twitter and etc. where people talk about, oh, this is what came out recently from my group, and they tweet about it, or they would put it in LinkedIn. So that's how I discover what my network is up to. But for wider, I guess, still searching in Google and in the categories of areas that you're interested in, and looking at scholar.google.com, for instance, or ACM libraries or IEEE libraries are the best way to discover existing work. For the other one about Googling, I do it, especially not the person, but sometimes the company as well, what the company is doing, or the research group is doing, because it's, I find it as a sign of respect for the person who I'm meeting to become a little bit informed about what this person's or their work interests are, so that we can have a effective conversation, basically.
Okay. Nilima? Very quick answer. I'm sorry, we're running out of time. So
sometimes I Google, but my perspective does not change because, you only put a part of it on your LinkedIn profile, right? You don't put everything of yours LinkedIn. So my perspective of anyone doesn't change by their social media presence, because I know in and out of it. I know how the algorithms also work. So
you're a seasoned person on social media.
I don't know if you can give me that.
All right. Thank you all so much for participating in this. I'm sure any young person, young woman, particularly starting off her journey in social media, would have learned a lot listening to all of you. Very useful learnings there, very useful warnings there, very sage advice. Thank you so much. And thank you all to the participants for joining in and for posing some really interesting questions.
Thank you, Shai, for moderating it so well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shai and ACMW, for this wonderful event. I think many of the participants have learned many more things, and they have their own perspective again. Definitely, thanks for giving me this opportunity too. Yeah, it's nice meeting you, Sigdem, Meena, and
likewise.
Yes, thank you.
Likewise.
Thank you, Sigdem, Meena.
I would have a LinkedIn request sent to all.
Thank you for the invitation. I really enjoyed, and I learned from my fellow panelists as well, and from the participants' questions. So it was really a useful learning experience for me as well.
Thank you. You have a lot of messages in the chat box. So.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
This was an informative discussion, and it will surely make an impact on all of us. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Ms. Shai. And I kindly request you to stay with the cameras on so that we could take a photograph. Thank you.
Are we done?
1 minute, ma'am. Sorry. Can all of you switch on the videos, please? There are only few of you switched on. Sonia ma'am, can you please switch on the video? Neeldara ma'am, can you please switch on the video? Thank you, we are done.
Thank you.
Okay.
We can now take a break, sit back and relax for 30 minutes. Please join us back at 5 p.m. Thank you. We have the recorded videos of PSG Tech students performing some dance and music. If you can sit back and enjoy, it will be nice. Thank you.
Drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka jam jam Takti drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka jam jam Takati drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka jam jam Takti drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka jam jam Takati drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka jam jam Drgnaka dingina ta takti Drgnaka dingina ta dingina ta ஆயர் குலத்தினிலா நிறைவேற்றவன் ஆடியும் பாடியும் கூடி மகிழ்ந்தவன் ஆனந்தமானந்தமானந்தமானவன் ஆழி துயில்பவன் அவன் அடிப்பணிவோ தாமித தக்க திமி 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 தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் தாமித தக்க திமி 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 தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் தாமித திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தரி கிட்ட தஜம் 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 ததிங் கிட்ட தஜம் 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 ததிங் கிட்ட தஜம் 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 ததிங் கிட்ட அமல மலர் முகவண்ணன் கண்ணன் காளிங்க நர்தனம் ஆடியவன் கம்சனை வென்றே காத்து நின்றார் கலியுக வரதன் கோவிந்தன் அன்னைய சோதையின் எண்ணம் கவர்ந்திட வெண்ணை உண்ட சிறுமாயவனே உண்மை எண்ணி நிலம் நினைந்துருகும் அடியா துயர் தீர்த்திடும் தூயவனே இன்னும் விரி கடலும் வியந்திடவே நிதம் மண்ணை உண்ட சிறு பாலகனே யசோதை மணமகள் மாதவனே குசேலர் துயரினை தீர்த்தவனே மாமுனிவர் புகழ் மாலவனே நாரணனே மதுசூதனனே நாமமுறை துணை நாளும் நினைந்திடும் ஸ்ரீமுரளீதர கவித்வமே ஸ்ரீமுரளீதர கூதி கூதக் தி தாக்கு தி குதக் தி தங்கி கிடக்கு tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na. Udanadim tadirena, udanadim tadirena, direna, udanadim tadirena, direna, dim tadirena, direna, dim tadirena, direna, dim tadirena, direna, dim tadirena, direna, tadim tadirena.
Hello everyone, Rishi S. Mahadevan here of the Department of Applied Mathematics and Computational Sciences. I'm here to present a song for Acm Annual Event 2022 and Acm ARCS 2022 at PSG College of Technology. This song is composed by Gopalakna Bharati, legend of times. Song is based out of the Ragam Pehak, Talam Rupakam, and for convenience be converted to Adi Tishram sometimes. Please enjoy the composition. இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் என் சுவாமிக்கு இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் என் சுவாமிக்கு இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் என் சுவாமிக்கு இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம் கருணை கருணை கடலென்று உன்னை கருணை கடலென்று உன்னை கருணை கடலென்று உன்னை காதில் கேட்க நோம்பே வந்தே கருணை கடலென்று உன்னை காதில் கேட்க நோம்பே வந்தேன் இரக்கம் வராமல் போன என்ன காரணம் ஆலமருந்தே அண்ட உயிரே ஆதரித்ததுமது கீர்த்தி ஆலமருந்தே அண்ட உயிரே ஆதரித்ததுமது கீர்த்தி பாலகிருஷ்ணன் பாடி தினமும் பாலகிருஷ்ணன் பாடி தினமும் பணிந்திடும் நடராஜமூர்த்தி பாலகிருஷ்ணன் பாடி தினமும் பணிந்திடும் நடராஜமூர்த்தி பழியத்தனை நான் செய்யணும் 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 பாலித்திடும் சிவ சிதம்பரம் பழியத்தனை நான் செய்யணும் பாலித்திடும் சிதம்பரம் என்னும் மொழி கற்றவர் வழிவேட்டுணை முப்பொழுதும் மறவேனே இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென காரணம் பழியத்தனை நான் செய்யணும் பாலித்திடும் சிவ சிதம்பரம் பழியத்தனை நான் செய்யணும் பாலித்திடும் சிதம்பரம் என்னும் மொழி கற்றவர் வழிபேற்றும் முப்பொழுதும் மறவேனே இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென காரணம் என் சுவாமிக்கு இரக்கம் வராமல் போனதென்ன காரணம்
தி திருக்கு நக்க திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு திருக்கு நக்க திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் தத்தி திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் தகதி திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் தத்தி திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் தகதி திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு நக்க ஜம் ஜம் திருக்கு தத்த திங்கின தா தத்தி திருக்கு தத்த திங்கின ஆயர் குலத்தினிலா நிறைவேற்றவன் ஆடியும் பாடியும் கூடி மகிழ்ந்தவன் ஆனந்தமானந்தமானந்தமானவன் ஆழி துயில்பவன் அவன் அடிப்பணிவோ தாமித தக்க திமி 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 தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க தஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் திமி திமி கிட்ட தக்க திமி தக்க ஜம் ஜம் தாமித தக்க திமி 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 தஜம் dimi dimi kita taka dimi taka tajam dimi dimi kita taka dimi taka jam jam dim dimi kita taka dimi taka jam jam tamita dimi kita taka dimi tali kita tajam 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 tading kita tu tajam 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 tading kita tu tajam 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 tading kinna tu
அமலமலர் முகவண்ணன் கண்ணன் காளிங்க நர்தனம் ஆடியவன் கம்சனை வென்றே காத்து நின்றார் கலியுக வரதன் கோவிந்தன் அன்னைய சோதையின் எண்ணம் கவர்ந்திட வெண்ணை உண்ட சிறுமாயவனே உண்மை எண்ணி நிலம் நினைந்துருகும் அடியார் துயர் தீர்த்திடும் தூயவனே இன்னும் விரி கடலும் வியந்திடவே நிதம் மண்ணை உண்ட சிறு பாலகனே யசோதை மணமகள் மாதவனே குசேலர் துயரினை தீர்த்தவனே மாமுனிவர் புகழ் மாலவனே நாரணனே மதுசூதனனே ராமமுறை துணை நாளும் நினைந்திடும் ஸ்ரீமுரளீதர கவித்வமே ஸ்ரீமுரளீதர
Tadari ri 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 na na ri 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 ta na 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 ra na na tadari ri ra na 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 ri ra na 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 tadari la na tadari ra na 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 ra na ra na ri ra na 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 tadari ri ri ra na 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 tadari ri 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 tadari ri ri. My name is Tarun Kumar Dhanashekharan. I'm from the second year from the Computer Science Department. I'm delighted to be performing for the Acm Annual Event 2022 at PSG College of Technology. I'll be presenting a Kriti composed by Shri Papanasam Shivan, set to the Raga Malaya Marutam and Khanda Chaputala. Karpaga Manohara Karpaga Manohara Katarul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara Karpaga Marul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara Katarul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara Katarul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara Katarul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara Katarul Kripakara Karpaga Manohara चिर्परकपालीशा 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 திருமயிலை பூரி வளரும் சிற்பரகபாலீஷா திருமயிலை பூரி வளரும் கற்பக மனோஹரா காத்தருள் கிருபாகரா கற்பக மனோஹரா உனதடி பணிந்தேலேன் உலகெல்லாம் தோழும் ஈசன் 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 உனது திருநாமம் தனை உளம் கணிந்துரைத்திலேன் உனது திருநாமம் தனை உளம் கணிந்துரைத்திலேன் அன்னையும் என் தந்தையும் நீ அன்னையும் என் தந்தையும் நீ அன்னையும் என் தந்தையும் நீ அன்னையும் என் தந்தையும் நீ அன்றி வேறொன்றறியா அன்னையும் என் தந்தையும் நீ அன்றி வேறொன்றறியா அகதி நான் என்றுணர்ந்து புகழ்வதோவா என் அன்னை அகதி நான் என்றுணர்ந்து புகழ்வதோவா என் அன்னை கப்பக கபதனி பதனித ಗಪ್ಪಗ ಗಪದನಿ ಪದನ್ನಿದ ದಸನಿದ ಪಗಪ್ಪಗ ಗಪದನಿ ಪದನ್ನಿದ ದಸನಿದ ಪದನ್ನಿಸ ಪದನ್ನಿಸ ಗಪದನಿ ಸ ಗರಿಸನಿದ ನಿದ ರಿಸನಿದ ಪದ ಪ ಗ ಪ ಗ ರಿಸರಿ ಗಪ ಗರಿ ಗರ್ರಿ ರಿಗಪದ ಪಗಪ್ಪ ಗ ಗಪದನಿ ಸ ರಿ ಗರಿಸನಿದ ನಿದ ರಿಸನಿದ ಪದ ಪ ಸನಿದ ಪ ಕರ್ಪಗ ಮನೋಹರ ಕಾತರುಳ್ ಕೃಪಾಕರ ಕರ್ಪಗ ಮನೋಹರ Thank you.
Mukta, I think you're trying to speak, but you're on mute.
I have just yet not started. Meena ma'am.
Good evening. Mukta ma'am, are we audible?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hina ma'am has raised the hand. Is she trying to talk something?
I was waiting that event is starting.
Okay, okay.
Yes, yes.
Good evening, all. I hope all of you are back from the break. It is time to begin the next session. Women entrepreneurship is a fundamental promoting factor of all inclusive economic growth in developing economies. But the journey of becoming one isn't without hardships. To empower us on the opportunities and challenges, we have a keynote speaker. And to introduce her, we have Dr. Mukta Paliwal, Senior Data Scientist AI, Research Labs, and CTO of Persistent System. Dr. Paliwal is an AWS certified machine learning practitioner with overall experience of 15 plus years in ML domain. She has received the Excellence in Technology Award for her work in machine learning area at the annual event in Persistent in 2019, and also has a number of research publication in international and national journals. She is an eminent speaker of ACM India. We're honored to have you here, Dr. Paliwal.
Thank you so much. In fact, I feel honored to host today Dr. Abha Rishi for this extremely useful keynote that, at least for me, is an eye-opener because coming from a very academic background, I had never thought of entrepreneurship myself personally in my life, and I'm looking forward to have heard her point of view on why we had to get into this field. But before that, I would like to introduce her to as a speaker to the larger audience. Dr. Abha Rishi is in CEO of Atal Incubation Center, BIMTech. She is also a chairperson of the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development at BIMTech. She is a senior faculty member, has overall 27 years of experience in industry and academia both. She is a PhD from Stanford University and one of few Indians to hold both a Chevening and a Fulbright scholarship. We feel so acknowledged and so humbled today to have you, ma'am, here. I would like to make a point that her passion is always students and women entrepreneurs, and she has mentored more than 1,000 women and students for their entrepreneurial journey. I'm so amazed for the amount of work you are able to bring on the table, ma'am. She is also a program director for BIMTech for the states of UP and Orissa for the Goldman Sachs and ISB BIMTech 1000 Women Global Project. She has been subject matter expert in Upgrade, and she has a lot of videos as part of the Startup India program for aspiring entrepreneurs. I would request you guys to go and have a look at those post the talk today. But before that, apart from all of this, she has co-founded 2 enterprises successfully, and she is an avid traveler. On top of that, she has traveled extensively across 21 countries, 5 continents as part of work in research and corporate. So I would really like to welcome you, ma'am, for today's session, and we are humbled to have you here. And before I hand over the mic and stage to you, I would like to make it a point. She has many accolades and awards to her name, and the list is really long to actually cover it here. But I just wanted to name the recent ones at least. She has won a Global Women in Leadership Award 2021, which is actually conferred by Global Council for Promotion of International Trade on the Women's Day. She has won National Leadership Award 2020. She has been felicitated for her contribution in developing ecosystem for entrepreneurs by the Government of India. She has also been an receiver of Silver Award in the Indian Management Conclave Awards category by Shri Pranab Mukherjee, the ex-president of India. And there are many more. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us the chance to listen to you today here. And over to you. Humble to have you here. Most welcome from all of us from the ACM platform.
Thank you, Mukta. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. And I really hope that I'm able to add value to all of you here in the next 1 hour. I mean, that's when I'll say that my work has been done. So do you mind if I share my screen?
Definitely, yes. Please go ahead and all yours.
So you will, right. So as they say, a single picture speaks 1,000 words, and I actually believe in speaking as less as is possible and do as much as is possible. So when ACM reached out to me to talk about women entrepreneurship and see what could be said about all these things, so I thought, like, why not talk about women entrepreneurship? Because frankly speaking, 1/2 of the entire population, if we are not there up in the balancing act, then it doesn't make any kind of sense to me. So I thought, okay, let me pick up this topic of women entrepreneurship. We have lots of challenges, but there are a lot of opportunities also. So I'll try to bring to the fore both the sides. So starting with, what is the reason for women entrepreneurship? I mean, you know, what happens is many women, they become women entrepreneurs because they want to be independent. They don't, they got fed up with their bosses, all those nasty people sometimes who create all sorts of bad situations. So to get out of a bad situation and to be independent on their own, and also to create something of value. So people go in for entrepreneurship for these reasons. Some of them have a hobby which they want to make it into a profession also. Some of them are frustrated with the current jobs. And you all know that because of this pandemic, many people have been laid off. And then on the other side, you have the students who have just passed out, and there's no good job offer. I mean, there are some job offers, but they're not really up to the mark. So there are various reasons why people, and especially women, would like to think about entrepreneurship. But you know what happens? There are a lot of challenges. Even if you think about going into women entrepreneurship and starting your own venture, there are challenges. So what are these challenges? There are many if you look at it. And like I said in the beginning, that women in India right now run around 8 million enterprises, which constitute only 14% of the total entrepreneurs. But at the same time, we are nearly 50% of the population. Big skew there, right? So why don't we do it? These are some of the reasons. There are family expectations. And let me tell you, as a woman entrepreneur myself and somebody who has gone through the grind, there are a lot of family expectations. So, and in the Indian milieu, the Indian culture puts the woman right in the center of the family, right? So you are a mother, you are a homemaker, you are a wife, you are a daughter, you are a granddaughter, you are a daughter-in-law. And I mean, there are so many roles which we all play. And that's just the family, the personal side of it. Think about the professional side of it. There's so many expectations on all of us. So how do we handle that? And along with that, start a venture, which is almost equivalent to having a small baby grow up. I mean, there's a lot of inputs which needs to come in. Then, of course, there is peer pressure. You are in a good, nice job, and suddenly you decide, okay, I'm fed up with this whole 9 to 5 rat race kind of thing, and I want to get into something of value, to do something of my own. You are earning good money. You might be earning like 2-3 lakhs a month or more. And then suddenly, when you start your own venture, you're down to zero. You're actually going negative because you'll be digging into your own bank account to take out money for sustenance in the first few months at least. So there's a lot of peer pressure. The people along with you, your classmates, they might be driving big flashy cars, and you become an entrepreneur. That means you'll have to go down the financial table. Then if we look at the other side of the spectrum, students who have the enthusiasm, who don't have the kind of family expectations and peer pressure which are there, but they have other issues. So they have student loan issues. Many of them have gone into good institutions having taken loans. So the family now says, okay, you have to pay off the loan. So how do they go about? Because in a venture, in the first 1 year at least, there's no money coming in. So how do they do that? So how do they pay their loans? And then of course, the huge, big elephant in the room is the fear of failure, which all of us face. And very few are courageous enough to actually step out and say, okay, doesn't matter if I fail, at least I tried. So overcoming that challenge which is there within ourselves. I mean, this fear of failure is within ourselves. And let me tell you, the other external things are still easy to overcome, but this fear of failure is sometimes one of the biggest things to overcome, biggest challenges to overcome. And if you do overcome that, where do you get the initial funds? How do you get the first kind of money which is there that you need to start the venture? So I have tried to explain how you can go about kind of tackling these challenges. And I thought, let me put it into a slide, because anybody who's listening to us can kind of take a snapshot and say, okay, these are some of the solutions which I can put into my own life. And most of these things I'm speaking from experience also, because like Mukta said, I have started 2 ventures which are running successfully. Then I have, of course, I'm a wife, a daughter-in-law, and all the other things that I mentioned earlier. I'm all that. Plus, I'm a professional myself, and I do a lot of other stuff also. Like I help out with jail inmates to help start micro enterprises. So all those things are there. So how do you do all these things? So the first thing is setting the family expectations. Once you have your family on board, tell them this is what is going to be there for the next 2 years. If you're able to set their expectations, then and get them really on board, then of course you have a big support system. Let me tell you that the same people who might have been your biggest challengers could actually become your biggest support systems, because they make you think. They make you think, and they tell you what needs to be done. They say that this thing is not going to fail. Take it in the constructive side. Don't take it negative. Think, okay, if they're saying that this is the way it is going to fail, think how you can overcome that. Think how you can mitigate that risk. So do those kind of things. And peer pressure, today's world, it's actually doing your own stuff. That's cool. It's not following the entire 9 to 5 kind of thing and listening to people go blah, blah, blah. It's basically challenging yourself. And by challenging yourself, you also challenge your peers. So this, if I can do this, you haven't done it. So put it the other way around. Don't think that because they're having financial sustainability right now and they're much more ahead in the financial rat race, they're happy. If you are able to add value, and if you think that this is going to make you happy, that is when you start challenging them instead of them challenging you. Okay. So that's the whole change in mindset which needs to come in. And then besides all these things, you also need to train to succeed. Just like anybody thinking about going in for driving takes driving classes first. Similarly, when you're thinking about starting your own venture, you should also think about going in for workshops and classes which train you how to think in that particular manner. The idea might be yours, it's completely your own, but implementing that idea and how to take it forward, this many workshops are there. And frankly speaking, in today's world, there are a lot of women-oriented workshops which help you create those ventures wherein women are given those kind of support systems which were not there earlier. Then if you have been working in a job, try putting aside a little for working on your dream. Okay. If you have that kind of dream, start today. Start next week, start next month, but start. Put aside just 5%, a small amount, a nominal amount, but this amount over a period of time creates a corpus which will give you that benefit of a buffer, right? So start creating those initial funds. Reach out to people whom you think will be able to fund you. They are the angels of this world, people who believe in you, right? So they are, or I mean, people call them angel investors. I actually call them, they're just angels because they help you fulfill your dream. So get in touch with them, create that network. And again, lots of grants are there. I'm going to be telling you about some of the grants which the government gives and some of the non-government grants also. So keep your pen and paper ready, or your laptop ready, or whatever it is. So as I go along, keep noting down those things and you can search it out. And the third one, which is there when it comes to financial things, is crowdfunding. This is actually gaining a lot of traction nowadays. People put in small amounts. They believe in you, they believe in your idea, they believe in your dream, and they're willing to give you that small amount. It could be 1,000 rupees, it could be 2,000 rupees. But when those 2,000 rupees multiplies, it becomes a big amount and it can really help you start your venture. Then, of course, the infrastructure support, which is there. Most soft and hard infrastructure support can be found in incubators near you. That also I'll be covering in this 1 hour, which is there, that how to look for the incubators which are there, who are the ones which can help you out, and how do you approach them, right? So both soft, when I say soft infrastructure support, it means basically your software services, your mentors, your advisors, your coaches, and the trainings, all these things are soft infrastructure support. Hard infrastructure support, of course, is the buildings, I mean, where you sit, your desk and all those things. So if you have it at home, wonderful. If not, there are ways and means through which you can reach out and get that. Okay. If you have any questions, just post it out there in the chat. I'll keep looking at it. So today, right now, is for you to start thinking about this alternate means, alternate way to achieve your dreams. Okay. I'm not saying this for everybody. There are a lot of challenges, but yes, if you have that dream, if you have that potential, if you have that passion in you, then this is the time. Why? Because if you look at the way the Indian startup ecosystem has been, see the way we have grown. India is known as one of the unicorn creating countries in the world. 67% of the unicorns right now, they're servicing the global markets. We are exploding like anything. And like I said, there's a lot of support which has come in from the government and the non-governmental agencies to help startups, right? So I'm not going to explain this because this I've taken it from the Zinov report, which is there. You can just go online and you can get an access to it. You can read upon what is happening there in the Indian startup ecosystem. And like I said, India is the home of unicorns. Why? Because of all the support that has been given to the startups. And especially there's a drive from the government to push for women entrepreneurs. Never in India's history till now has there been so much emphasis on creating women startups. Okay. And the government has also created a lot of schemes and grants, like I said, I'll be talking about it. So yes. These are some of the statistics for you. We added the second highest number of unicorns after USA, right? I mean, think where USA is. It's nearly 300 years that it has got its independence. It's like working on it. And it has created that kind of infrastructure. In 75 years, India has achieved this. And this is all for you. So women, if you have that dream, ladies, gentlemen, of course, I mean, you have all the rights and the opportunities which are there, but ladies, think and let's go ahead. Again, some more statistics. You name it, women are there. Earlier, women used to be kind of relegated into the traditional industries like textiles and traditional handicrafts and all that stuff which is there. But today, women have broken through that. And many of the startups which are there in AI and deep tech, I'm seeing ladies coming ahead. And this I thought I'll bring to your view, because from what ACM was telling me, this is a platform for women in science. So most of the people who are out there, they are from the science background. So for you to think about it, it's very important because there's a lot of need for startups in deep tech and AI and others which are there. So yes, and of course, Sonicons, look at them. So many of them are on their way to becoming unicorns and a lot of them in the pipeline, right? So like I said, this is the time for women entrepreneurship. And how? So the government has encouraged a lot of entrepreneurship by giving in number of programs. Let me take them one by one and I will be focusing on each of them. So these are the ones which I guess most of you know about: the Digital India Mission, the Startup India Mission, the Fit India Mission, Skill India, and Make in India. You must have read about some of these. So in each of them, like in Make in India, 25 sectors have been identified. But how does each of them work for women is what I'm going to be telling you now. Again, BIRAC, so SIDBI for women entrepreneurs, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, PM announces a 1,000 crore Startup India Seed Fund. And by the way, let me also tell you, our incubator is part of the Startup India Seed Fund, and we do distribute grants and CCDs for aspiring entrepreneurs. And our incubator also has this outlook that if there is a tie between a male and a female entrepreneur, then the female entrepreneur gets the funds more. Pardon me, gentlemen, for saying this, but I am leading the incubator and I have my own agenda. My sisters need this as much as is possible. So, and that's, I mean, if I can make an impact in whatever small way that I can, I would much rather do that. So going on ahead, Startup India. This was launched in January 2016 and a corpus of 10,000 crores has been given to build up the strong ecosystem. And 10% of this corpus fund is reserved for women-led startups, right? And this is headed by Startup India, and you get the funds through SIDBI. And the scheme extends loans to enterprises in various dimensions. And these loans range from 10 lakh to 1 crore. Okay, so note this down. You can check out more about this in the internet. Then you have Udyam Sakhi by MSME, right? So under this, projects with the maximum cost of 25 lakhs are covered under this scheme. And these are some of the links to it. Again, it caters to around 8 million Indian women because MSMEs, as most of you might be knowing, form the backbone of the Indian economy. And Udyam Sakhi helps to start, build, and grow. So you have 3 levels under which you can get the money, right? I have put the link out here. You can just go through it and then you can also apply for it, right? Where you can register and apply for it. Then, of course, you have the Stand Up India. Here also, women entrepreneurs get loans ranging from 10 lakhs to 1 crore, fine? And then if it's a non-individual enterprise, then it has to be that the controlling stake should be with the women. And this scheme focuses only on SC/ST and women entrepreneurs. So standupmitra.in is the link. So you can have a look at it. Again, like I said, good schemes. And it again covers a range of things. Then of course, CGT MSc, but this is one which I am not very happy with because the other schemes, people are getting money without too much trouble. I mean, most of the banks are handling it, but CGT MSc somehow or the other has not been able to really kick off. And this is basically because I'm finding that bankers sometimes have this issue of giving money without collateral. Okay, and when we talk about service industries, not much collateral is there. And there's one particular scheme under which they're pretty wary of giving money. And one more thing which I wanted to tell you is 10 years ago, when I was handling this 10,000 women Goldman Sachs scheme and around 200 women entrepreneurs under that, many of them were trying to get funds. So what would happen is this lady would walk into the bank and the bank manager sitting out there. The first question you would ask, Acha, okay, you want funds? Good. Who is working along with you? Your husband? or your father. I mean, that is the kind of patriarchal outlook which many bankers had, because most of them were male. And unfortunately, they didn't have this whole idea that women could also become successful entrepreneurs and could drive their own ventures. But in the last 5 years, things have changed. For one, I'm seeing more and more women bank managers, and otherwise also I'm seeing a change in the mindset of the male bank managers. Also, they are much more willing to take risks on women. So yes, 10 years ago, and actually go for 5 years ago before that, when I was getting into this whole entrepreneurship thing, at the first thing which anybody coming in touch with me would be like, are you crazy? So 15 years ago, that was a question that used to be asked. But today, the world has changed. India has changed. And a lot of people, especially women, are making names for themselves in many ways. Remember Nykaa? If you have been reading the newspapers, you will see that Nykaa, which is led by a lady, has broken many barriers, right? So that, yes, good times are good for us. So make the best use of it. But of course, you have also schemes like I said, CGT, MSc, which really doesn't deliver what is supposed to do. So forget about this, it's there. I mean, if you have a bigger vision in mind and you want more than like 200 lakhs, 2 crores basically, and then yes, you can think about it. But if you're thinking about starting a smaller venture, then look at the other ones, okay? Cluster development program, especially for women who are thinking about the NGO sector, who are thinking about microfinance and creating those kind of things, wherein you have a cluster coming in, and especially like in some of the smaller towns, you have small enterprises which are created around a specific kind of, I'll say, sector. Okay, so those kind of things are also funded by the government. If you're able to create that consortium, then you get money under the cluster development program. But then you have to bring together people to create that consortium. If you think you are able to network that, because I'm seeing quite a lot of networks and women-led networks which are there in the south of India. It's a bit missing in the north, but yes, we have a lot of them in the south and the west. So if people who are listening in from these places, and if you have that ability to create the consortia, go ahead. This is one of the best programs which are there, the cluster development programs, okay? And women-owned enterprises are given special consideration in all the programs. The Spurti scheme, I don't know if you have heard about this, but this has got a lot of things which look at the traditional industries and artisans, and especially which deals with our handicrafts which are there, and handlooms and other things. So to regenerate those traditional industries, Spurti is a scheme which has come in. So there's a soft intervention which is around 25 lakhs, and you get 100% funding which is there. Hard interventions, which means that depending on the infrastructure that you need to put in, so that's around 75%. Cost of technical agencies. And if you look at here, you can also see how the clusters are created. So there's a heritage cluster, there's a major cluster, there's a mini cluster, a lot of things. Okay. So if you're thinking about starting your venture or starting something in this area, then Spurti is another scheme that you should look into. Mudra Yojana for women who are thinking about micro enterprises. See, not every woman would like to think about scaling up into big numbers. So if you're thinking about smaller ventures, micro enterprises, you have these kind of things. And it doesn't require collateral security also. So that means without having any backing also, you can still go ahead. But you have to make sure that you create a proper plan, a proper business plan. Now, this is something that you should know how to do it. And that's where the training workshops that I talked about comes into play. Understanding how to create an actionable business plan and putting it together. So Shishu is there, which covers loans up to 50,000. Then from 50,000 to 5 lakh, there is Kishore. Then from 5 to 10, there is Tarun. And any small business owner who's thinking about like a beauty parlor, I'm sorry, there's a typo out here. beauty parlor, tailoring units, tuition centers, all these things can be funded under the Mudra Yojana. Then each of the banks also have their own schemes which are there. So like you can talk about the Sri Shakti package, which is there for women entrepreneurs run by SBI. Then there is Cent Kalyan, which is run by the Central Bank of India, Mahila Udyami by Punjab National Bank. So all these things are there. And similarly, I put out here, Oriental Bank of Commerce has got it. Then Dena Shakti Bank, Punjab and Sindh Bank. So all these banks, and especially the public sector banks, have something or the other, which is specifically for women entrepreneurs. And otherwise also some of the loans which are taken by women entrepreneurs, the rate of interest which is put on the loan has a soft, what do you call it? It's called the soft scheme on that. Okay. Again, so there's a composite loan. So let me just ask one question to those who are out here, and maybe that you could put it out in there in the chat. Like, how many of you know about all these schemes? And I'm just only halfway through. Just if you could just type out there, I'll be happy to see what you're all saying. Did you know about all these schemes, or are you learning something in this? Say yes. Okay, so Chitra has said no, she was not aware. And others partially. Surendra Rajagopalji is saying partially. So yes, see, there are so many of them which are there out there for you people to really go ahead and get those things going, right? The only things which needs is your idea and your commitment. Fine. Okay, so we'll go on to the next one. Single window scheme by SIDBI. SIDBI is, I'll say, the big daddy of all the schemes which are there, and it really helps out in many ways. So it provides term loans, it provides loans for fixed assets, and many new projects which are there. And you can apply through the banks which are there. So SIDBI actually acts as a master funder. So it gives the funds to the various organizations, which in turn fund you. Okay, so some schemes SIDBI runs directly, but most of the schemes are run through other organizations. So it could be through banks, it could also be through incubators which are there. So there are some schemes under which like IIT Kanpur and others have got this kind of funding from SIDBI, and you can get grants under that also. So I'll be going ahead. Then we have, of course, startup schemes promoted by NSTDB, the Atal Incubation Centers. I'll be picking up a little more on the incubation centers, because for those who are starting out new, who don't have the family background of creating ventures, creating businesses, incubation centers can really play a very invigorating role. They can be catalysts in your development. Then METI has got a lot of schemes, MSME and BIRAC. Let me take up one by one. Look at the list which METI has. Okay, so these are some of the schemes which have been run by METI, and there's a TIDE scheme, there's a Center for Excellence scheme, and you can look at it. There are I've put a few COEs out here, the Center of Excellence out here. And if you think that you're anywhere near any of these, please do reach out to them. They can really help you in your journey, right? BIRAC schemes, especially for the science people out here, right? So this is something that I'm going to spend a little bit more time on. And also because after the pandemic has happened, there's a lot of impetus being given to the healthcare industry. So the BIRAC schemes, the first one, which is BioNest, which is funded through incubators, is there. And the focus is basically on biomedical devices, diagnostics, agri-based, drug delivery, all those things which deal with healthcare and more or less biotechnology. They are run through these schemes. Then we have the bioignition grant, which gives something like 50 lakhs for prototyping and scaling. Then we have Sitare, which is for students, and I'll especially request the engineering students to look at these kind of schemes, because while you're studying, there are some things that you can also pick up and work along. So whether you're in your undergrad or postgrad of engineering, and even those who are doing their research, they should also look at these schemes. It can really make a lot of difference. Okay. Then you have the Social Innovation Immersion Program called SIIP, SPERSH, Social Innovation Program for Products. So again, BIRAC also has a big kitty of schemes. So you just have to identify which one resonates with what you want to do, and then go ahead for that. These are a few other schemes which are there. Like I said, IIT Kanpur and IIM Lucknow give this seed support, which is there, and IFCIventure.com. Then Kiran scheme is there for budding women scientists. Now, this is something for people who wish to rejoin after a work break. I mean, many women, they take like leave, or they leave the jobs for taking care of their children. So once the children reach up to a certain level, they'd like to come back to work. So Kiran is a specific scheme which has been run by DST for budding women scientists. It's got nothing to do with entrepreneurship, but I thought let me put it here because I'm talking to women who are interested in doing something. So whether it's your own ventures or it's just coming back to your work, doesn't make any difference. But yes, I thought that's why I thought I'll put it here. The Kiran scheme for DST by DST for budding women scientists. So coming on to what Niti Aayog is doing, again, it's doing a lot of stuff. And especially it's actually acting as a catalyst when it comes to the entrepreneurship, and that too among students in the country. So the first thing that they did, that they set up around 68 incubators pan-India. So most of them are operational right now. So it gives seed capital to the incubators to run and get these potential startups who are there to scale up their ventures. So it could be that you just have an idea, you enter into the incubator. The Atal Incubation Centers really help you to take that from just an idea to an actual venture. And also in many cases, like we do, we help you get VC funding. We also get to try and get you angel investors, so you can also scale up. And we also work along with the district administration, which is there, so that you can run your pilot projects. So many of the AICs do that. So then, of course, at the school level, you have the Atal Tinkering Lab. So if you have any school students, any girl students who are there in schools, try and reach out to your school and ask if there is any ATL. If not, there are usually hubs created wherein an Atal Tinkering Lab also helps out schools which are there in their jurisdiction. So if you don't have it in your own school, there will be a school which is nearby, which would have an Atal Tinkering Lab, because there are more than 7,000 labs across the country, right? And along with the ATLs, there are mentors of change, so people who really help support these schools. Then regional MOCs. So like people like me, we help just because we want to create change. We want to create that positive social change. And that's all. I mean, for us, it's not about the money. It's about more like, how can we give back to the society? So that's what happens. Then NSTEDB. Now this is one big daddy of a funding which happens. So under this, you have so many schemes. So Nidhi scheme, which is there. Then you have the seed support scheme. This is funds which are given to people who are there as part of an incubator. Then you have the entrepreneur in residence, the people who are there, they get paid to carry out their ventures. Now, what could be better than that? So you not only are you working on your venture, but you're also getting paid to do that. Many of the state governments do that. Okay, so the Uttar Pradesh government gives a bit of a funding for entrepreneurs to carry out their monthly expenses. Kerala Startup Mission does that. You have it in Karnataka, you have it in Jammu, not Kashmir, you have it in Jammu. So many states in our country are actually working on this. So yes. And Nidhi Prayas, this is for a non-IT product. So don't think that all good things come only to the IT or the tech-based people. So non-IT people also have this, that up to 10 lakhs is given for a physical product. And this is also through an incubator. Then you have the Nidhi Accelerator program, which is a 12 to 26 program, which is given for market access. Like in AIC BIMTech, we are working along with South Korea and also Canada and a few other countries to provide international market access. So both ways. So we also give our startups market access to these countries, and the agencies which are there in those countries, they work along with us to give access to their startups. So last month only we did a project with the South Korea to give market access to 10 Korean startups. And some of our startups, they also decided to look at the South Korean market. So similarly for Canada, Israel, and many other countries. So, and it's a premium product which is there. Then of course we have this Nidhi also Center of Excellence, which is there. And this is basically given for one specific domain which is there. So it could be transport, it could be biotech, it could be artificial intelligence, machine learning, anything. But then it's pretty specific on the domain. So you have to decide, like once you decide which area that you're going to start your venture in, then you just scan through the environment and see where you have the Nidhi COE, and then you can apply under that particular scheme which is there. Non-governmental, again, a lot of them which are there, Academy of Women Entrepreneurs, the United Nations Women Schemes, the CSR funded programs, and of course, like I had mentioned, the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Program, which was run across 21 countries. And in India, we ran it for a few states. Right now, I am Bangalore is doing that. So if any of you are there, you can reach out to them and have a look at it. So how do incubators help? I mean, I had given you that list of schemes which are there, and I've also said that quite a few of them go through incubators. Now, besides these schemes, incubators help women entrepreneurs not only in ideating, like in our own incubator, we have a program called Coach, which means discovery. So it's discovering that idea, because not every idea suits everybody. I might think about a beautiful idea when it comes to space exploration, but I don't know the beginning of space. So how can I even create a venture which is based on space exploration? So what do I do? If I'm able to get a co-founder who understands the space sector, then yes, good. Otherwise, the program helps you map your own strengths and then makes you look at the opportunities which can be created with those strengths. Okay? Everybody is built differently. So each person has got their individual strengths. So with those individual strengths, which are the ventures that would be the best fitment for you, that is what usually incubators try to help you with. So like I said, in our program, also the first level program, which is Coach or Discovery, this is what we help them to discover their own ideas and to understand whether there is a fitment between the idea and the person. So starting with those, how to help you get a team together, how to get funds together, how to get the technology support out here. See, many incubators like us, we offer a lot in soft infrastructure support. Our incubator offers something like 9.2 crores worth of free support. So that means like $20,000 worth of it comes from AWS credit. So if you're starting a software-based venture, you need that kind of support. So you get it free for a year. So those kind of things come through an incubator. If you're struggling on your own, you don't get these kind of support. So that's why the government has pushed for the creation of so many incubators. Because this kind of support systems which the ventures need right at that baby steps is what is given to you. So also creating your business strategy, because you might have the idea, but how do you actually translate it into a venture? How do you create that business strategy, right? Getting the first sales, how do you do it? Getting the sales team also, what is your marketing strategy? How do you go about branding it? All these things are taught in the various training workshops which are there in most incubators, right? And many times the incubators also help in the registration and incorporation of your venture also. So you might get some subsidies on that. So look at all these things, okay? And I'll stop here and I'll prefer to take up questions because I think I've given you an overview of many things which are available for women entrepreneurs. So I told you about the challenges, and most of the challenges, like I said, is our own challenges, the internal challenges which are there, because everything external can be overcome. So how do we do that? And then, of course, what the environment has in store for you. So all these opportunities are there. So now you let me know if you have any questions that I can pick up, because sometimes questions expose much more information than just talking about it. Yes. So how many minutes do we?
So we have sufficient time of about 15 minutes that we can take up questions. And till the time other participants are collaborating their thoughts to come up and bring up the questions, I see there is one question that has been asked already. And I'll just read out the question for you. What are the kind of, so this is me. How can we set up successful incubation center in colleges which are just starting to venture in this space?
Okay, so I think this has been asked by Chitraji. So Chitraji, the thing is, each college, each academic institution has got its own strength. So if you are an engineering institution, when you start an incubation center, you don't need anything more than just some space and a good dedicated person who can kind of get together all the details which are there, which are required by an entrepreneur. So when I say, suppose ground level, nothing is there, fine. So how do you go about it? First of all, you need to catalyze your students, because they will be your first pipeline. So you need to do some ideation workshops. You need to do some business plan workshops. You need to do some trainings out there, like how to write a business plan, how to create ventures. How do you go about identifying opportunities? So you do these kind of workshops and you will get the pipeline. And that's how the incubator starts. So the pipeline on one side, and on the other side, if you have one or two dedicated people, these people can then create the kind of support infrastructure which is required by the potential entrepreneurs, that is your students. So what would they need? They would need labs. So if you're an engineering institution, you already have the labs with you. So all that the students need is proper access to the labs, even beyond working hours. So that needs to be worked out with the management. Or maybe some kind of small payment can be made, some nominal payment which is there. Then what else? They need a network wherein they can reach out to mentors and guides. So herein again, the team which is there, the incubator team, they need to scan the environment and see if the ideas which are coming in are from the, say, artificial intelligence side, then who can be the mentors? So reach out to them and then get those people on board to become mentors. And that's how the core of incubation starts. Incubation is not about space. It's good to have some space, but even without that space, you can start and go ahead. And once you start working on this area, like I said, there's a lot of funding which comes from the government for creating incubation centers. And even under the NEP, the new education policy which has come in, at 2%, I think 1% or 2% of whatever is the revenues of the institution has to be put in for entrepreneurship and the innovation ecosystem. So you can always talk to the management and tell them that this is what is required and how we can go it. I mean, there's a methodology to it. I mean, I will not be able to take the entire thing in this particular session, but if you reach out to me, I'll give my email ID. You can just reach out to me and I'll tell you how you can go about setting it up in such a manner that it becomes a world-class incubator. So we are also hand-holding a lot of incubators across our region to help them reach to a certain level. And then Mukta, I think you asked a question, what are the kind of workshops and short-term education trainings available?
Yeah, I think we can park that one. I see a hand raise from Santosh Das. So how does it work? Are you able to unmute yourself, or would you be able to type in the chat box to ask the question? Santosh, I think you will have to type in the chat box.
Yeah, Santosh has come on to the panel. Santosh, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam, can ACM help our organization to getting out for setting up some startup or setting up innovation with the students in our institutions?
Absolutely, why not? I don't think there's any reason why they should not be happy doing that, because the whole idea is to create that kind of an environment wherein everybody collaborates. Like the days of competition are long gone. It's the day of collaboration. You have got your strengths, ACM has got its strengths, we all have our different strengths. So let's all work together to create that kind of an environment. And remember, the successes that are created under this kind of collaborations is a joint success. It's a success for everybody, right? So Santosh ji, I don't think there's going to be any issue with collaborating. But then I'm leaving it over to Mukta and the rest of the ACM team to kind of work it out.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Santosh.
Actually, the thing is that the budding engineer, which is actually coming out from the institution, they lack of the knowledge. That means the sufficient knowledge to work in the industry. So basically, I thought that the industry academia or the industry academia bridge is much more important in this regard.
Yes, Santosh, I completely agree with you, and I see a lot of work happening to bridge that gap. So I myself coming from industry, and when we are doing such session, they are initially the first step for bridging this gap. That is what I can say. But apart from that, I see a lot of initiations that have taken place for bridging the gap of industry and academia. A lot of problems that the research people are working on is coming from industry, and the doors are open. Probably you can reach out to the team at ACMW if you have a women chapter, how to establish even one that can also be helped you with, or otherwise a general engineering student or any other people who are in the computing field. We can set up from the ACM side, but otherwise, as Dr. Abha mentioned, right, there's no restriction to be taking part in as an ACM level only, but there are other means to it. I think Hina ma'am, you would like to add something here.
Yes, particularly if you have a ACM chapter, then you are getting the benefit of networking, and from networking you can identify many people in the related fields.
Yes.
So it will be very much helpful. So if you have good network, then you can identify people.
Yes, ma'am. Is it possible after pandemic is over or the situation is normal, then if ACM conduct a workshop in our institution physically?
We definitely will see the situation, and we are organizing many ACM celebrations also. So state level celebration we can organize, and
so I think what Hina ma'am was telling is we can work out the plan and accordingly we can work.
Yes,
so that's not a problem that we see. Definitely yes, the answer to the question.
If you have ACM student chapter, it will be more benefited. So start to get first ACM on your campus as a chapter, and then we can find the different networking, and we can do a lot with the chapter activities.
And as well as for your kind information, I am also starting the Smart India Hackathon 2022 from this year actually, and now there is a session of Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, MHRD. So there is a new thought process of the student and the innovation also. So
actually, this NEP, the new education policy which has come in, it has made a lot of difference. Because for one, earlier when students used to think about ventures, they were really discouraged. But with this NEP, a lot of encouragement and especially credits for the time spent, and also the fact that, like I said, most educational institutions are now being pushed by AICT to fund these kind of innovation activities on campus is being done. So you have the ARIA ranking also, which is there. There's a lot of things which now is being pushed by the government, and different agencies are working in it in their own methods, like AICT through the NEP, the ARIA ranking, and the other incubator, the other college rankings which are there. So yes, times are changing, and it's like I said, for the innovation side of it, it's definitely good.
Yes,
So,
Yeah, I think the question that I was asking Abha was regarding the kind of short-term workshops and training, because we had spoken about lot many schemes and the facilities for setting up funding is being shared. And maybe, as you're saying, the incubation centers are the one who are going to help us out with many of the hand-holding that is needed. But what I was just thinking is even before women start thinking in the directions of entrepreneurship, something that gets them ready to think in the direction of entrepreneurial activities. Some of the activities or workshops or some short-term training programs that you are aware would be very useful for people to be aware.
Sure.
And the general question is how to find good mentors for the startups.
Hiraji, actually, that's something which is a big conundrum. I'll tell you what, like for around 70,000 startups, we have something like 70 lakh mentors. You go on to LinkedIn and you type in mentor and you will get 70 lakh hits. But the problem is not many of these mentors are real mentors. Many of them are in there with their own agenda.
Yes,
and not there to help. So that's where getting certified mentors through various organizations, like most of the incubators and accelerators and others, they actually get in only those people who are good people. I mean, who can really add value without creating much of a issue for the startups. So
earlier,
it's something we have burned our fingers.
Yes, earlier I was working with Ahmedabad University and we have venture studio, and some of the product is after 6-7 years we are identifying some good products, and the venture studio is in, now we can say it is real in the real position. So it takes lots of time.
Great.
So
but
how to
please
how to fill the gap to that time? This is the main thing.
So that's what I said, you really need to network. So if you have that core team, just even 2-3 people, if you can start and reaching out to all the people that you think can add value to what the startups need. So it doesn't need to be just mentors. You can also think about coaches. So people who are good at strategy, right? People who are good at bootstrap marketing. How do you get them to come and give those kind of sessions with the potential startups, the students who are there? So just bring them, ask them to give some sessions on certain things. So starting right from the basics, like even just how to ideate, like I said, it's important for the students and the potential entrepreneurs to understand that every idea is not good for you. Ideas are good, but it may not be good for you. So how do you identify which ideas are good for you? How do you map your strengths to what is there in the existing environment? Understand those opportunities. So those kind of workshops are very necessary. And I mean, you can always reach out to me. So if anything comes up, I'll be more than happy to send you the information which you can share with your network.
And generally, women are not ready to take the loans. That is the main problem.
But Hinaji, things have changed, because now when you're getting loans without having to give collateral, and also, you know, the way your venture is created, whether it is a proprietorship or whether it's a LLP, because LLP is one of the best methods through which you can have your venture creation without putting too much stress on your own finances, right? So it's a limited liability partnership. So your liabilities are limited. And that actually addresses one of the concerns many women have. Like, if I take a loan, if I don't succeed tomorrow, will I lose my house? So that kind of things can be addressed by looking at the kind of entity that you actually register your venture under. Okay.
Thank you for the insights. Thank you very much, Abhaji.
I think we are coming to the closure of the time that we've been allotted. And let me take this 2 minutes to actually thank you, Dr. Abha, for your time today. It was wonderful listening to you from the very basics of why women should take entrepreneurship to the kind of challenges that we have, even to first sell it to our families and the peers, and then how to handle those pressures. And then finally, there are a lot of schemes. At least I wasn't aware of many of them, and I'm sure this is going to help many of the participants as a source of one resource where they can come and see that there are so many places these helping hands are available, and how that ecosystem has changed. And finally, the incubation center, as you mentioned, that there are many and they are spread across the country. I would urge all the women entrepreneurs, even those who are not thinking of starting their ventures, start thinking in the lines and start taking the current ecosystems help to come up and come forward. Thank you so much for the envisioning talk today.
You're welcome. And I'll just type in the email ID for the incubator. So if you have got any questions, you can always reach out to us. Okay. And yeah. Or I'll just put in mine only. So
yeah, I think we will be able to pick it from the chat box and circulate among the participants.
So this is my email ID itself. So can do that. So thank you so much. It has been nice interacting with all of you, and I really wish you all the best for this particular event. And I hope at least some of our listeners think about starting their own ventures. So here is to all of us. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful talk. This is definitely a step towards empowering women and their entrepreneurial objectives. We've come to the end of today's session, and we have Dr. Rutvi Shah to deliver the vote of thanks.
Dr. Rutvi Shah is an assistant professor in Chimanbai Institute of Technology. So we would like to invite ma'am to tell the vote of thanks.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to all esteemed speakers, organizing team and enthusiast participants today. I am Rutvi Shah, Treasurer Acm India, W India, and I feel delighted for being a part of today's engaging event. ACMW has always strived to raise awareness about the opportunities available for women in tech, and this workshop on women in computer science research and entrepreneurship proved to be just crafted to meet this, right, everyone? So I feel privileged to present the vote of thanks today. On behalf of the ACM India Council, ACMW India, I extend a vote of thanks to the entire PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore, for partnering with us and help us realize this workshop in such an organized way. I would extend a special vote of thanks to Dr. K. Prakashan, Principal of PSG College of Technology, and Dr. R. Nandarajan, Professor and Head, Department of Applied Mathematics and Computational Sciences, and also the entire faculty fraternity of PSG College of Technology for all the efforts and time they have invested in making the arrangements for the event. I extend a heartfelt gratitude to both the keynote speakers, Dr. Gargi Dasgupta and Abha, for delivering the interesting talks. I would also like to thank our wonderful panelists, Neelima, Meena, Sigdem, Bhavani, and Shai for moderating the panel in an engaging manner. I thank all of them for sparing their valuable time in gracing the event. I'm sure we all have benefited enormously today by listening to their thoughts and experiences. I also extend a vote of thanks to the chairperson for the keynote sessions. We are very much thankful to our sponsors, TCS Research, Persistent Systems Limited, Google, and iCertis for being our platinum sponsors, Huawei and IBM for being our gold sponsors, and Facebook and Cisco Systems for being our silver sponsors. And as we know that volunteers are the backbone of every event. So I take this opportunity to thank the entire volunteer team with a round of applause for making the event a success. With this, once again, I extend my vote of thanks to all directly and indirectly involved in making today's event a success, and also invite you all with us to join for the next 3 days events filled with enlightening and insightful sessions. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a very hearty gratitude to all the ACMW members, speakers, and the panelists. We are grateful for your time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences with us. We truly appreciate the audience for willingly spending their time with us throughout the event. A big thanks to you all. Thank you.
I request all the ACMW members to turn on the camera for a picture. And all the panelists too.
Sonia, are you there?
I will also see if I can download this backdrop.
We're done. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You girls are wonderful.
Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
You should have a group photo there in person too.
Yeah.
Share it with us.
We feel that Sonia, you are part of ACMW Council.
No, I had not turned it on because I'm not part of ACMW.
Yeah. We
Thank you,
feel
Sonia. Thank you.
We feel you are part.
For all practical purposes.
Not W Council, but ACM India Council. Because you are everywhere. Thank you very much, Sonia.
Oh, it was such a pleasure and the sessions were wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Really interesting.
Yes. Now all the best for the rest 3 days.
Yeah, we need it.
Absolutely.
Because attendance is most important part.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, wait. I'm going to stop the live stream.
Yeah. Oh, we were still live streaming. Huh? Oh God.
Nothing scandalous was said, unfortunately. So I think it's